is a good one. Like there's a couple out there that
man, it's a work vehicle, man. Get to and from work, man. That's the way I look at it.
What's up, everybody? Appreciate
really
y'all coming over. Day after concert, Kenny.
Oh man, come on, man.
Long night at Discovery Park.
Oh man, I had to go with the shades, man. I had to go with the shades, man.
Kenny needs me to talk like this for the entire day. He needs slow jam D'Lo today. Like, hey, gonna need you to keep your voice down, man. We was partying a little bit too hard.
I had to like Warren said, I had to go like T. Morant out here, you know. Like T. Morant sitting courtside.
You got it back.
No, we didn't talk about it. Did you see when Usher was there the other day?
Yeah.
With T.
That was funny. Baton Rouge, what's happening?
Rich.
Michael, what's happening, my friend? What is happening? T. Morant. That's funny stuff. Cud and Pete. Hey, Cud and Pete. That's good stuff, man.
Come on, man. You know, I got you.
Boy.
I got you right now, big guy. There we go.
I sure did read that for a second as 20 pounds. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm glad I read that wrong.
Yes, indeed. Memphis, those my type of fans, man. Those my type of fans. Keep them shades on.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I think is it? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, that's fine. We could do it at 2. I meant to ask Charlie if this was his deal. All right, we should be starting here in any second. Roddy, what's happening, buddy? Dean, let's go, baby.
Roddy, Brad Clayton in the house.
Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome in here to the May 2nd edition of D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's T. Morant.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. The T. Morant line only resonates with the people watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live right now. But if you get the opportunity to go see my man on the stream, my man had a long weekend. He was at the music festival,
man,
and
you know
he's gonna need me to keep my voice down as we talk the remainder of the show, because I think my man's low.
Hey man, it was busy stuff, but you know I enjoyed the whole thing, man. Shout out to my man Trey Hicks. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Shout out to Io.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Dame Barling. Shout out to Jasmine Sullivan. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Shout out Summer Walker. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Janae Aiko. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the Queen Bee who accompanied me. It was a blast. I said this before. I don't go to a lot of festivals. I haven't been to a lot of festivals. I find it hard to believe that there is many festivals better than Soul Bloom. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, I talked to the homeboy Sean Cunningham, man. That's his vibe. Them music festivals. That's his vibe.
That was phenomenal. What a weekend. What a setup. Everything. Now I'm like KG though. You know, I can't just go to the festival, be done, ready to play another game. I need the day in between. You know what KG used to say.
Oh,
I need 2 hours to get ready for the game that night. I needed 2-3 hours to get ready for the festival.
You're a little older now. It takes time. That's
I'm still
all right.
going though.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You here? Yeah. You here? You playing wounded? You playing wounded, man? But I'm happy that you're here. We have got a lot to talk about. This is going to be an interesting day for a variety of reasons. We're going to share some opinions with you. A lot of you aren't going to agree with them. And that's okay. but we're family, so we're going to talk through this like family. Matt George is going to be with us coming up at 1:47, and James Ham will be with us coming up at 3 o'clock. So set those notes right there. Obviously, you don't want to miss those conversations. If we have time to get to the draft and some of the, and I'm sure we will, it's a 4-hour show. We'll get to that stuff and the Warriors and the Bucks and their performances over the weekend. We'll do all that, but we'll start with the obvious notes that everybody's aware of. The Sacramento Kings have finalized their coaching search. They've narrowed it down to 3 of the 4 veterans who are on the list. It appears only Mike D'Antoni is out of the conversation, but it's Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, and Mike Brown. We'll get to that. This morning, we found out that Joe Dumars is leaving the organization, and he's taking a post with the National Basketball Association. Okay.
Well,
I don't know what to say about Joe Dumars.
Well, no, we do know what to say about Joe Dumars.
We hardly knew.
Congratulations to Joe Dumars. Getting
air horns.
With the league. Second of all, everything's going to be fixed now here in Sacramento, right? Because remember, Joe Dumars was the one that have a vex here that was ruining everything. Correct? That's what people tell me. So everything's good now. Just like everything was good when Roddy got fired.
Wait a minute.
Just like everything was good when Luke got wild. That's all that was needed.
No, you're being extra right now. I don't think anybody. I think the common question around Joe Dumars then, as it is now, is what did he do here? You say he consulted, he advised.
Yeah.
Okay, was a belief. To the best of my knowledge, the thing that seems to have his fingerprints all over it is moving on from Vlade. Forgive me, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I don't know where the rest of his fingerprints are as it pertains to the organization, but I honest to God don't know what Joe Dumars did here.
He was a consultant. That's how I look at him.
Okay.
Much like Jerry West and all the stops that he went to.
Hey, Miss P had a great point on Twitter. Is this Alvin's job? Is this where we're going to slide Alvin into the front office? He'll have the consultant position.
Found a spot for you, big dog.
We got you. Hey, I know you thought you were going to do nothing for that contract you're getting paid for next year, pal.
No, you working. Here, I'm sending this spreadsheet to you right now. I need you to complete it by 4 p.m.
Yeah. So there's that. That is current news. That is today news. That is right now news. Joe Dumars is leaving his position with the Sacramento Kings organization and taking a position with the NBA. So that's out there. There is no more executive, whatever his exact title was. Now, KC, down to the 3 candidates: Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, Mike Brown. Obviously, the thing that stands out the most here is the fact that Charles Lee's name isn't on here, Darvin Ham's name isn't on here, and Will Hardy's name isn't on here. That left a lot of Sacramento Kings fans uneasy and many a bit frustrated with the fact that those guys didn't even advance to the second round. Not even one of them advanced to a second conversation with Monty and the contingent who is going to hire the Kings' next head coach.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you and everybody else a question. What if, from the onset of this whole thing, Monty and all these guys, Wes Wilcox, even Vivek, throw him in there. Mm-hmm. They're like, we ain't having no first-time head coach. We're not having a first-time head coach. We're not in a position for that. We're not looking for that. We're not having a first-time head coach. Mm-hmm. However, we got lambasted last time for not doing our due diligence. Lambasted, yeah.
Or is it basted? Lambasted? Lambasted?
I heard
it doesn't matter. I don't know. It probably is. I don't know.
Well, we got smacked around in the court of public opinion for not doing our due diligence and at least hiring people, or interviewing people. Mm-hmm. Find about 3 or 4 guys that you bring in for the interview process, just for, PR purposes or for the look of it all. But we're all in agreement, right? Ain't no first-time head coach coming here. No. You're right. No. We're all in agreement. So if that was a conversation,
if you went into that, if you went into the interview process with that thought in your head, like, that's as bad as not interviewing people, because you're really not doing an interview. You're like doing a Rooney Rule for young coaches. We all know how useless the Rooney Rule is. So what's the point of this?
We get not necessarily the Rooney Rule. I'm talking about this particular situation. You get them in there, and if somebody can super impress you, maybe.
But you're already going in with the belief that this isn't who we're hiring,
right? Which I look.
Yeah, I'm
all for not having them interview, but I'm just talking about people who got upset because people weren't interviewed before, and they're like, at least just go through the process. Well, they just went through the process, even though they had no intentions on hiring these people. Isn't that what everybody wanted?
No. I wanted these 3 young coaches to have an opportunity to be the head coach. That's what I wanted.
Going that way. They weren't going that way.
Then don't interview them. Interview them.
All right.
You're wasting everybody's time. You're wasting their time. You're wasting the fans' time. You're wasting your time. What's the point in it? You're already limiting yourself, and you're not doing anything different than what Vlade did last time. Vlade had his mind centered on something. Mm-hmm. He had his mind centered on Luke Walton. That was a failure. If the idea that you're presenting right now is accurate, and it's a if. This is just Kenny saying what if.
Just talking.
If that situation is reality, then you basically did the same thing, but it wasn't one coach, it was 3. Or maybe the only other coach you were really interviewing was Mike. Mm-hmm. You realize that ain't the guy. Mm-hmm. It feels like, it's 2 things that stand out in this. Coaching experience, obviously.
Yeah.
And defense.
Yes.
Those are the 2 things that stand out the most in this. And I'll be honest with you, and I know people don't like it, and I told you at the top of this, I don't care. Mike Brown was is higher on my list than any of these veteran coaches, including Mike D'Antoni. And honestly, I think Mike might have been above Charles Lee for me. I don't know as much about Charles Lee. I've been hearing about Darvin Ham for a while. I knew enough about him. I like the thought of that. Will Hardy is it's almost like I got to see this.
Yeah.
This dude been in the league 11 years. He's 33. I need to see this.
Right.
But Mike was one that always made a ton of sense to me. I have 0 issue with Mike Brown's name being on here. I know people hate it. Shoot, my best friend hates it. He's a Cleveland Cavaliers fan. He hates the idea of Mike Brown being the Sacramento Kings head coach. I like it. I get it. I think he is a unique combination of he's got experience, high level experience. Mm-hmm. He's a defensive coach, and he's only 52 years old. He can still grow with this team, should things work out, if that's the direction that they go.
I think Mike Brown's a good coach. I really do. I've been sold on him to a certain degree in the last couple of weeks, and we've kind of dove in a little deeper into these candidates and some of the things on his resume and the journey that he's taken throughout everything. I've had to reevaluate my thoughts on Mike Brown, and I've reevaluated in a positive way. I think he's a good coach. I think Steve Clifford is a good coach too. There's only one home run hitter here. With all that being said.
Okay. Hold that thought. Tuck that away for a couple of minutes. Because we put the disclaimer out there. We're going to have some uncomfortable conversations today. And we'll give you our opinions on all 3 of these coaches. Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford. Told you how we felt about Mike Brown on numerous occasions. Of course, we want to hear from you as well. Phone lines are available for you. 916-349-1320. Many people are already jumping here in the chat house. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live as well. Again, Matt George coming up at 1:47. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, coming up at 3 o'clock. And remember, it was James that told us at the beginning of this, Mark Jackson's a real candidate for this thing.
He did.
Don't be fooled by, hypotheticals. Don't be fooled by this. Don't be fooled by that. I've heard enough to believe that he even said to us on Friday, Mark Jackson has a lot of traction right now. And it was Saturday, when we went off the air. Even Kenny didn't hear this. Kenny ran out had to run out the room. He's like, I think we're going to get something this weekend, and it'll be something when we get it. And sure enough, on Saturday, we got it.
Well, good, though. Let's get this thing going.
Yes.
Let's move. Let's go.
Impatient Kenny Caraway is here. Kenny says there's a home run in that batch of 3. I think everyone already knows what Kenny's about to say. We'll dive into it. We'll talk about it with an open mind. We'll have some uncomfortable conversations amongst family members when D-Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Wait against the 12.
By the way, I wanted to. Where was that? Where was it? No, it was good. No, it worked. I saw. You asked if my friend liked David Blatt. He actually did. He did like David Blatt. But he really, really liked Ty Lue. So
my God,
just
Ty Lue.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Ty, get ready for next year, baby. You guys gonna light it up.
Is John in here? I don't think he is. Is John Bull in here? I don't think he is.
One thing I will say is, well, I ain't gonna say too much because I'm not a snitch. All right.
Oh my.
But that Delta breeze was thick this weekend. Delta breeze, man. I tell you, it was.
That Delta breeze.
It was a thick fog.
That Delta breeze.
It was
Indeed.
a thick fog out there, Discovery Park.
I don't think you can snitch on that anymore. I think that's okay.
Well, and then it was out there like it was okay.
Yeah, it's all right. That's all right. That's
I
all
don't.
right.
Like I said, I don't partake, but yeah, man.
Yeah, you don't willingly partake.
They
you
made
very
me
much
partake.
partook. Yeah, you very much partook.
I woke up this morning like, Jesus.
Kenny went and ate all of Reese's snacks. He's just got like, what are those little fruit snacks all over the place? Doritos everywhere, flaming hot Cheetos.
Saturday night, I stopped by Jack in the Box. I was like, guess that's where I gotta go after this is done.
Lord.
I had never been to maybe one time, but I don't remember it. I hadn't been to Discovery Park for any kind of event.
Sources. Wow. Hey, sources say. All right.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, shout out Trey, shout out Io.
Mm-hmm.
That VIP experience at Soul Bloom, man, that's VIP. I mean, that's the only way to do a festival right there.
I know you're gonna be watching this later, but Black Bottles 916. VIP. Black Bottles 916.
Black Bottles 916. Come on,
let's make this happen.
It's right there. I went. I observed. Just use me as the guy to see what's going on. Yes, this is a marriage that needs to happen. Black Bottles 916. So let's make that happen. But man, that VIP experience. Wow. I heard they have the thing in Napa. They're having the festival in Napa. Chappelle is hosting, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about $900 for VIP.
Mm-hmm.
I'd pay it. If VIP is that or better than what was going on this weekend, absolutely. I'm too old to do the festival any other way, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, we know how it is.
Too old.
We all can't live that llifestyle. I mean, I want to go. Take a brother with you.
Well, I didn't say I was going.
Can y'all buy some T-shirts? DLOandKC.com. Like, hey.
Where's that damn Reese?
Where Reese? God, go get Jazz. Go get Reese out of school and get his ass over here and start coloring some pictures.
Oh, by the way, that's the wrong one. There we go. Air horns for 9U All-Star Reese Caraway.
Hey.
Yes, indeed, man. So big ups to him. He will have practice and working on his art for the rest of his days.
That's good stuff, man. That's the way it should be. I don't think we've sold a T-shirt since he stopped drawing.
Reese is killing us.
Killing us, man.
It's killing us.
Kenny can't get VIP tickets because Reese don't want to color.
I'll be out there streaming it now. That's all I can do. I can't even get out there.
Oh man! By the way, Deucemo, thanks for the big lead in this morning, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Big ups to Dumars. I was listening to them over the weekend. They did some weekend duty, man.
Mm-hmm. That's where I was. That's where I was. Damn, Junior Seau died 10 years ago today.
Wow, I remember that day.
Man, I do too. I didn't realize it was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Goodness gracious. That's right. Do some more back with us on Thursday, baby.
Yeah, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Appreciate you for being with us. Phone lines are open, 916-349-1320. Chat house is popping. They're ready for this. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Both Matt George and James Ham coming up. As the show progresses, we need to dive into some things right now, though, and get serious about some of these candidates that are remaining for the Sacramento Kings. And I'm going to go ahead and lay back and let you rock because I know you have feelings about a particular candidate. We're down to Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, and Mike Brown.
All right. So first and foremost, let me be perfectly clear. You guys know how I feel. It doesn't matter who the coach is if the talent ain't right. If De'Aaron Fox don't step up his game, if Sabonis don't step up his game, if Monty doesn't find a way to bring in more guys that fit what he's trying to build with a roster that can contribute at a high level, if he can't find the Brandon Clarks, if he can't find the Gary Payton IIs, if he can't find, whoever third wheel you want to bring him, if he can't find that, I repeat, and I mean this about as strong as anything, it doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't.
Happy birthday to The Rock, by the way.
Oh, shout out to them. Come on, man. People's champ there. We to go back and forth, but make no bones about it. The Rock is that guy. He's that guy.
Columbus, Troy, we see you guys on hold. Hang tight. We'll get to you in just a second.
Give me a second. Let me lay this out for you. But if you're talking about the Sacramento Kings going for the gusto, going for the home run, there's only one guy that's a home run hitter here, and that's Mark Jackson. That doesn't mean he will hit a home run. I don't know. He could strike out with the big swing, but Steve Clifford, he's not a home run hitter.
Explain what you mean by that.
What I mean is Steve Clifford, not a home run hitter. He's a good coach, great basketball mind. But maybe you get to the first round of the playoffs, and trust me, I'm not seasoning at that, but I'm just telling you, maybe you get to the first round playoffs. I don't believe that Steve Clifford is taking you beyond that.
And we can talk more about Steve Clifford because I think some people took exception to some things I tweeted. And man, you all want to talk about Steve Clifford?
Check the Carfax. Check the Carfax.
We'll talk about him.
Mike Brown, really good head coach. I just don't believe that he could take this team from where they're at to like a championship status. Maybe he gets first round, maybe second round, whatever. Like I said, I think he's a good coach. I'm just going off gut right now. Mark Jackson, I believe he's the guy that can take this team where they're at right now to a contender in the NBA as a head coach.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to expand on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask you why. But I want to get to Columbus. He's been waiting. 916-349-1320. As we said, we want to open things up for you today. Columbus, we'll start with you. Appreciate the call. What's happening?
Man, appreciate you guys. You know what? I kind of agree with him, with Mark Jackson being a man, and it's maybe for a different reason. I think because Mark Jackson, he built these guys. He's played in the NBA. It's a different mentality. He might not be the championship guy to get them there, but I think mentality-wise, he can get a culture going where these guys actually will start playing together and understanding that's what's played.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Columbus, man. Thanks for the call. You got a little spotty there at the end. That's why Jesse pulled you down. Let's go to Troy. Troy, what's happening, bro?
How you guys doing?
We good, Troy. What's on your mind, man?
What's going on, man? KC, I talked to you a couple weeks after church, man, and we talked briefly about Mark Jackson.
For sure. Troy, my man, we go way back, man. Ray Robinson Community
Mark
Center,
Jackson
man.
comes up and we're already talking about church. I see how it is. All right, I see how it is. This is what everybody worried about. We had church talking about Mark Jackson. I knew it.
Shout out to the Salvation Army, man. We out here, man.
Yes, sir. So a couple things. I think instantly that as soon as Mark Jackson walks into the locker room or to the facility, I think that he will have the respect and the attention of the players automatically off top because he's a former player. I know James Hand last week was saying that the other coaches on the list have been sitting in meetings for years and years, but I think those coaches sitting in those meetings doesn't negate the fact that Mark Jackson is like an NBA lifer. So of course, those other coaches, they have to sit in those meetings to negate the fact that they're not players, that they're not hoopers. So I really didn't understand James Hand saying that. And lastly, I think that it's a business, and I think that if Mark Jackson is the coach, I think that maybe we get more games on national TV. And that's all I got, because this is a business, and if it's not about dollars, it don't make no sense, right? Take care.
Yeah, appreciate
Kings
you, Troy.
Warriors will definitely be on TNT.
Yeah,
I know that much.
I don't know that it'll be on TNT. They'll put it on ESPN though.
Yeah.
They'll put that broadcast crew on it. Like, so let's start with. I get James Ham's point, by the way, completely, because that's a question. That's something that we should talk about, is the fact that Mark Jackson hasn't been on a sideline in 8 years. He's been at the table. And I feel like there's we romanticize broadcasters. Now, Mark is different, and I think Troy has a good point there in that he's an NBA lifer. But, you know, the game evolves a lot, right? The game continues to change. Mm-hmm. And we saw, and I'd argue he was a marginal coach at best. Some people think he was good. I never did. Saw Gruden fail. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even talking about why Gruden was thrown out of the league. I'm talking about Gruden failing as a head coach. He failed.
Yep.
But he was a fun broadcaster.
Yeah.
Right? So we kept talking about him. Is this the year, John? We did it with Jeff Van Gundy. Is this the year Jeff Van Gundy comes in? Jeff Van Gundy's up for this job. Jeff Van Gundy's a very good coach. Jeff Van Gundy been going for like 10 years. More than 10 years. Like, what are we talking about at this point? Mark Jackson, from the time he retired to now, I think has been a broadcaster for 13 years, 14 years, and a coach for 3.
That sounds
like
right.
I mean, and so we're just gonna brush that aside, like, oh, that's nothing. That's no big deal. He's a lifer. He's around the game. He's calling the NBA finals. He's right there.
Yeah. I mean, I hear your point, and John Gruden is a prime example, but it's debatable. I don't know how good John Gruden was to begin with.
I completely agree.
Like, he didn't
100% agree.
He took a team that was ready-made, against a team that he knew every ounce of what they were doing. Actually, I take that back with Gruden. I feel like he helped build the Raiders. I will take that back.
That's fine. I don't think Gruden's a good coach, but like let's say there are people who think that he is, and that's fine. Isn't the same true for Mark Jackson? Like, out of those 3 guys that I named, the one guy who's undeniable is Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff Van Gundy has a phenomenal track record as a head coach.
Yeah.
Mark, people have no problem telling you whether he's a good coach or a bad coach. They have no problem telling you what their opinion of him is as a coach and as a person. John Gruden, everybody thought was freaking Vince Lombardi. Like, they thought he was the second coming. He was everything. Mm-hmm. But there's got to be something said for the fact that he's not broadcast, the fact that he hasn't been on a sideline in any way, shape, or form for almost a decade.
Right. And somebody brought up a good point in the chat, and I just want to get your opinion on this. Mm-hmm. What about Steve Kerr? Steve Kerr was, if I have my timeline right, he was GM, then broadcaster, then coach? Or was it broadcaster, GM, then coach?
I think he might have been broadcaster, GM, broadcaster coach. I think.
Yeah.
I feel like he was a broadcaster before he took the Suns general manager job.
Okay. That sounds about right too.
It's just a question of whether he went back to broadcasting after that before becoming a head coach.
I'm pretty sure he stopped being GM, because I would have remembered if he was GM and then went to the sideline. I think he at least did a year or two on the broadcasting team. And
yeah, I think it was. And remember, like he was, and I guess this is just a different dynamic. Remember, everyone thought he was going to the Knicks.
Yeah.
Like he was a sought after coach. I don't exactly know why. What's that?
Phil Jackson was trying to get him. That's why everybody thought he was going to the Knicks.
Yeah. Made the decision of a lifetime.
Man.
The decision of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Like, no, I ain't gonna do that.
Yeah. But I mean, the point being though, he hadn't been on the sideline, and it worked out for him. They go a number of different ways. Like they have longtime assistants who end up doing great, and some of their assistant coaching experience helped them out being a coach. There's guys that, like you mentioned, John Gruden, been away for a long time, and they get back in there and the game's totally different. I feel I don't brush it aside. To your original point, I don't brush it aside as it means nothing. I don't think, for me personally, that wouldn't be a deterrent to not hire him if I thought he was the guy.
Well, no, of course I don't think that it should be a deterrent if you thought he was the guy. I think it should factor into whether you think he's the guy.
Gotcha.
That's kind of more what I'm saying is I think I don't think we should dismiss it. Just like 8 years that's a long time. He hasn't. De'Aaron Fox has been in the league. Like he hasn't coached since De'Aaron's been in the league. He hasn't coached since Sabonis has been in the league.
Where do you fall? Okay. A couple layers here to this question.
Sorry.
Do you think broadcasting Monday Night Football is and being with that for however many years he was, you think that's the same or a little bit more removed than Mark Jackson doing 60 games a year in the NBA, seeing all these teams and broadcasting in that fashion?
I think they're comparable.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're comparable.
Because I feel like,
remember, Gruden didn't just do.
Yeah, he did the quarterback camp.
He did a lot of stuff for ESPN, and yeah, he did the quarterback thing, and I mean, he was pretty entrenched in the game. And if you want to make the argument, and that, it sounds like that's what you're doing, and this is why I asked the question. If you want to make the argument that broadcasters are still entrenched in the game, I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm good with that. I know one broadcaster very well who worked at ESPN, went to the Washington Wizards, and became an assistant for the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
That broadcasters are, if you're there's one here who went from the broadcast booth to the sideline.
Yeah.
Like if you're in tune with the game, that analyst position is supposed to provide you insight. They're supposed to be like that coach. I listen to Mark and feel like he understands basketball players.
Right.
And I feel like he understands the game. Like I'm never turned off by listening to Mark Jackson talk basketball. And this we're trying to center this portion of the conversation just on the basketball stuff.
Right.
Because there are plenty of things that have been said and will continue to be said about the other stuff. From a basketball perspective, why do you think Mark is the guy over Mike Brown?
To be fair to Mike Brown, there aren't a bunch of interviews that you can find about Anderson Varejao or Boobie Gibson talking about his time with Cleveland, right? So they may feel the same way as these guys. But every time I hear Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala talk about Mark Jackson as a coach, they speak about him as a coach with such high reverence. And these are major cogs in the Warriors dynasty. And they speak of him in reverence. Like it was jarring to me. Not jarring, that's the wrong word. It was just startling, surprising to me to hear these guys just glow about the amount of confidence that he instilled in them. Like, that's the first thing. They're like, man, the confidence he put in us, we felt we could do anything in this world. These are the best basketball players in the world. This is Steph Curry. This is Draymond Green, who doesn't lack confidence at all. Andre Iguodala. And they are like, the confidence that this guy put in me is amazing. And they glow about their time being coached by Mark Jackson and what he was able to instill in them. And it doesn't mean that this is going to happen here, but if you listen to those guys speak and you listen to about what they talk about, what he did for that team and that franchise, eerily similar to every single thing basketball-wise the Sacramento Kings need right now. They need direction. Okay. They need leadership. They need a defend. They need somebody who's going to go to bat for them. They need somebody that is going to, and for right or wrong, he's going to galvanize these guys. Hopefully, if he were to get this job or any other job, he wouldn't galvanize them against the front office like he did in Golden State. But he's going to he's like, hey, guys, it's us. We need to be in here together. And if we're going to achieve anything, we need to do it together. He will bring these guys together. That is huge with what this team needs.
Okay. Two things. One, William's remark over here on youtube.com/ESPN1320 got my attention. He said, what if Jackson brought Jeff Van Gundy with him? William, I think I can answer that. I don't think that would happen. I don't think Jeff Van Gundy would take an assistant position even for Mark Jackson. But I'll throw this at you. It was something I heard a while ago. So I'll just flame it out there. Or I'll just throw it out there. It's like, don't be surprised if Mark Jackson winds up getting the Kings position or another position. Don't be surprised to hear Doris Burke's name brought up. Just leave it at that. Don't be surprised if Doris's name is thrown out there to be a part of his staff. Second, last week, and we've had extensive conversations on Mark Jackson since that list came out, however many days ago it was. You said the Sacramento Kings cannot hire Mark Jackson. It is not right for this organization. Do you still feel the same way? Knowing it's Clifford, Brown, or Jackson, do you still feel like the Sacramento Kings can't hire Mark Jackson?
I'm glad you brought this up because I don't believe that they, hear me out with this. I don't believe that they can. I don't think it's a strong enough organization. I think it's they're just not strong enough to deal with everything that may come with hiring Mark Jackson. That's what I believe about these guys. But let me say this. If they go through all this and they believe Mark Jackson is the guy, that's the guy. That's the guy we need. That's the guy that is going to bring us where we want to go. If they believe that, they can't be scared by public pressure. They can't be scared by what KC on ESPN 1320 has to say. They can't be scared about what Twitter has to say. If they believe it, they need to understand there's going to be things that come with it, and they're going to be under a huge microscope. They've got to be prepared for that, but they can't be scared off by that. I thought about that. They can't be scared off by that. You can't choose the wrong guy because you're scared of a public backlash.
Well, I don't think that they're scared of public backlash, or they wouldn't be this far into it. Like, we're past that. Like, we're past being afraid of what happens if we hire Mark Jackson, because we're here. We've gotten this far. If you're the Sacramento Kings and you've gotten this far without, because you talked about Twitter. They don't care about Twitter. They don't care about D'Lo and KC. They don't care what we think. They do care if those phones get scanned walking through that turnstile. That's what they care about. Mm-hmm. Do they care if Delco is packed? Do they care if they have ruined, businesses down there because people aren't coming to the Kings games anymore? They care about that.
Mm-hmm.
And they have had to have already had a discussion about that. So we're past the point, at least if we're not, in my estimation, it's a failure by the organization. But we have to be past the point of worried about backlash, worried about fan perception, worried about Twitter perception.
Mm-hmm.
We can't be there now. It's too late. It's too late because you
haven't hired him. You haven't hired him. But I'll
can't move on.
The other side.
To me, you had to have thought about that before you even considered hiring Mark Jackson.
Before
you can't start thinking about it now.
No, absolutely. And before you brought him in for an interview, before you gave his name to Shams and Woj, you should have thought about that 100%. But I'll flip that on the other side. Imagine the conversation we would have and what would be going on in the court of public opinion if it came out later that, well, you know, they wanted Jackson, but Vivek didn't want to lose no money. What kind of conversation we'll be having then? That would sound crazy, right? That would sound like everything, like he can't fire a coach because he's broke or he don't want to spend the money to fire a coach. Like all that stuff, that'd be the same thing.
Yeah, it would sound at this point, yeah, absolutely. It would sound stupid.
So
it'd be ridiculous. These are conversations that have to be had before this starts. You were talking about what the hell have we been doing this whole week? The season ended. We ain't heard nothing about who hiring, nothing. They had to have had within that 5-day period of a very, very impatient Kenny Caraway. They had to have had conversations about, can we talk to Mark Jackson? What will the response be if we talk to Mark Jackson? And most importantly, what if he's the best candidate for this job and we decide we're going to hire him?
Right.
You have to walk. You got to get Olivia Pope in there, and you've got to walk through every different scenario involving Mark Jackson. You got to have Olivia Pope explain to you how you're going to work with the LGBTQ community. You're going to have to explain how you're going to have these LGBTQ nights at the Golden One Center with him as your head coach and what his role in this is going to be. You have to have conversations with Mark Jackson during your interviews about how he's going to handle that type of stuff. You have to ask uncomfortable questions about things that Joe Lacob said. You could talk about the things that Draymond Green said. You could talk about the things that Steph Curry and Andre Iguodala and Klay Thompson said. Absolutely. But at the same time, you have to talk about the things that Joe Lacob said. You have to talk about the things that your assistant coaches said. You have to talk about all of these different things that come with Mark Jackson. You have to address those before you get to this point. And in my estimation, the conversations that I just referenced, and you had to have those with Mark already.
Absolutely.
And if you like what you heard, great. You know what? Second interview, that's basketball right there.
Right.
That's what you said enough of what we like to hear. We've believed in you from the jump. You're going to be one of our final contestants, and then
absolutely
final contestants because this is a freaking game show. And shoot, what Mark and Mike both in Oakland yesterday or in Memphis yesterday? Yeah. You could have flown out there and just knocked this out in one fell swoop.
Hop on that OVO jet. Ask Drake to let you borrow the jet again.
Well, the way you were talking last week, you got him booking Southwest flights to get to Memphis.
It's like winning time. They got to go on.
Got to get to the gate in time.
Got to get on the commercial thing. But no, man, you're right. Like all this stuff should have been taken care of. There should be nothing that you experienced on, when did this come out? On Saturday? And now what you're experiencing now that the work week has started, that should surprise you, that you shouldn't be prepared for if you're the Sacramento Kings and that front office and PR and all this other stuff. You should be prepared for everything. When this was brought up, it should have been something that all worst case scenarios should have been laid out on the table. Like, hey, this could happen. This could come about it. And you ask yourself then, are you willing to deal with all worst case scenarios? And if the answer was yes, all right, tell Shams that we're going to interview him. Like that's when all that should have happened. You know what I mean? And I thought about it over the weekend when all this came out. And I was like,
was this before or after the contact high from Discovery Park? It's just asking. I want to have a clear picture for everybody. I want to know what we're dealing with.
Nothing about no contact. I don't know nothing about that. I just know that Delta Breeze was out there, and that's all I know. Like I said, I'm not no snitch. I don't know what's going on.
I've been with you.
Delta Breeze was out there.
Not only was I with you the weekend before, I know how I felt that weekend. I can only imagine how you felt this weekend. I'm just trying to get a clearer picture of how clear your head was.
I got in the car. We got picked up and dropped off and everything. I got in the car. They're like, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck was going on out there?
That's how
I don't know, man. The Delta Breeze. I don't know. I don't know nothing. You're not going to get me to say nothing about nobody.
That's it. You know it's legal. You don't
ain't taking no chances.
Okay. It's
what did I say that one time? He said, I'm not making no moves. That cop got a gun. I don't care.
That's right. That was the original Jazz too. That's actually DJ Jazzy Jeff that said that. We'll come back. Obviously, there's a ton more to talk about. We'll talk more about Mark Jackson and the fact we're having all of these animated conversations. Does anybody else feel like it's going to be Steve Clifford?
Oh man.
We'll talk about Steve Clifford and why I think out of the three candidates, he's just the one that doesn't work for me. And we'll do that when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I saw our girl Olivia in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't talk to me this weekend.
What you mean?
I tweeted her. She shut me down.
Wow.
She said, "Oh, it's the weekend. I can't talk to you."
I see. Okay.
I was talking, I watched the Giants game, watched a little Apple TV. I was like, let me, she had talked about, I hadn't seen the game yet. Now I can, accurately talk about it. She said, no, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
Y'all are cold. Cold-blooded. Let's see. Oh, she in demand, man. I'm too far behind. I'm trying to keep up with what's going on in here, but I'm way too far behind. Delta, I did catch this. Where'd that go? That made me. That was funny. Where'd it go?
What happened?
Delta Breeze is my favorite strand.
Oh man.
Brad, can you calm down? Like, we get it. You want Mark Jackson. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors. Like, calm down, Brad. We get it. Wow.
I don't know who said that, Maybach. Oh, I never said that. Are we tweeting on the weekends?
No one said they don't tweet on the weekends. Literally no one.
Maybach.
Oh man, I think they're running out of stories to tell. To be honest with you, they're kind of fading.
There's only so many wrestling stories.
Yeah.
Is there any wrestling stories that can be told now? It feels like we got them all.
I'm sure there's some out there.
You're right. I'm sure there's some,
but yeah, they.
I don't need another one on the Montreal.
It's like we're doing one on Luna Vachon, huh? All right. All right.
Oh man.
Good. With all due respect to Luna Vachon.
Oh jeez.
John Bull just out here lying to everybody in sight. There ain't a time of the day that John Bull don't tweet.
Yeah, John Bull, that's a tweeter right there.
John, I'm gonna need you. I did something this weekend, John. I'm gonna need your help. I'm gonna need your help, John. John Bull Photography.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, there's a lot going on with Mark. The other people.
Oh Lord, why is Vivek's name trending?
He's gonna get it.
Mark?
Yeah,
You think so?
I think so.
It was Bam Bam's girl for a brief period. Yeah.
That was a wild character. One of a Sean.
Shoot, we'll ask him.
Yeah, no.
Flip the Zoom. Hey, why do you hate first-year head coaches?
Oh, like the Magic? Nobody talks about that. The Magic got a first-year head coach too.
This is very literally a 4-hour show. Through all of the commercial breaks, man, the conversation keeps going. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You just said something about Mark Jackson. Did you see Mark Stein's tweet? Is that what made you say it?
Yeah.
Mark, but Kenny utters just that he's going to get the job. Who, Mark? Yeah. I'm like, wow, okay. Mark Stein a couple of minutes ago. Mark Jackson has impressed Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in the interview process to date and appears to have his best shot at an NBA coaching job since the Golden State Warriors ouster 8 years ago. That certainly excited our good friend John Bull. He's very excited at the prospect of hiring.
Absolutely. You can't wait.
Mark Jackson.
Can't wait.
Now,
style.
Now, John, you're welcome to do this. I would actually love it if you did it. We heard from Troy earlier, Columbus earlier. Both of those guys, they were Mark Jackson guys.
Mm-hmm.
Can an anti-Mark Jackson guy hit us? I want to hear a different. I want to hear a different perspective. We have attempted, perhaps poorly. I don't think so. I actually think we did a good job. We attempted to present every. We attempted to present Mark Jackson in his complete, in just his complete form, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
You could do with the information what you want to. You can decide what is a big deal to you and what is not a big deal to you. You could decide what is important to you and what is not important to you. But we're trying to present this information. And again, I'd just be curious to hear from someone or someones or people who aren't interested in Mark Jackson as the head coach. 916-349-1320, and would love to hear your reasons. Of course, we're focusing on one guy because he's the most polarizing name on this list. There are two other guys on the list, Mike Brown and Steve Clifford. I've sang my praises for Mike Brown. I know there are some people who don't think his offense is good enough. There are some people who think his offense is essentially non-existent. No one can deny his defensive efforts and what he puts into a game plan. And I don't know that anyone denies that he's a solid leader. Like he's a good leader. I think Mike is a player's coach. I think Mark is a player's coach to a certain degree as well, maybe in a little bit of a different way. I think Mark is a player's coach like Ty Lue is a player's coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's a player's coach, but he'll snatch your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Mike is a little more. I don't really think that's Mike's style. Mike isn't I don't want to. I just don't think Mike is that type of player's coach. He's more of a. I got you. We'll get through this. Sit down. Don't worry. We got this.
To be honest with you, it feels like Mike Brown is more like what people thought Luke Walton was. When you say players coach, never get on him, never yell at him.
I don't.
That's how he comes out. I don't know if he is or not, but that's the vibe I get from.
I don't feel like he's a big yeller, but I could be wrong in that. I don't feel like he's a big yeller.
I don't think he is.
But I think he'll get on. He'll like he wants the job. Like your teams can improve the way that his did, especially defensively, without coaching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without correction.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll give you my
I think
thoughts
Mike
on.
Brown is, I like I said, I don't know everything about him, but it's just kind of perception and gut feeling and listening to others. I think Mike Brown is a phenomenal teacher. And that's something that this team could use. I think he'd be great. Like, instead of just telling you what to do, I feel like he'd be the type of guy that would teach you how to do it and let you know why it's important that you do it a certain type of way. And those are very valuable attributes.
Agreed. 916-349-1320. Let's get Sean in here. Sean, what's going on, my brother?
Hey guys, love the show. Respect the heck out of your opinions, but I don't think I can do Mark Jackson, man. I've tolerated bad basketball for 16 years, tolerated owners mistreating the fan base, but I don't know if I can tolerate hate, man. I don't think I can do it. And this is a guy who coached for 3 years, 3 years. I don't know. I mean, he's got controversy so bad we can't even talk about it on the radio. Not the comments, but the draft day press conference. We had to own up to what he did. God, it just seems like a hypocrite, man.
Understandable. And that's kind of what that's what I wanted to hear. We try to present that stuff and what weighs more on you, the stuff that makes you believe he can't be a basketball coach. Because a lot of people they've said this on Twitter, said it in the chat, like, people who are having these discussions. Well, winning cures everything. And I don't know how necessarily true that is. It'll cure a lot. I'm not sure that it'll cure everything. And that's why I'm of the belief that if Mark is the guy, and I go back, we just read Mark Stein's tweet, go back to what James told us on Friday, go back to what James told us at the jump. There's a lot of momentum towards Mark Jackson being the Sacramento Kings head coach.
Yeah, that's what makes me think I think he's going to get the job.
This has to be addressed, though. The other stuff has to be addressed. The draft day stuff, to me, that doesn't have to be addressed. Because that doesn't involve basketball. You could say it speaks to Mark Jackson as a person, which is completely fine. And I'm worried.
Real quick, just for those who don't know the draft day stuff that you're talking about, like what? Explain it. It actually has nothing to do with the draft. It just happened on draft day, and he was found out to have an affair. And of course, he's a pastor. He's a Christian. He's a Bible thumping man, and so having an affair, which is exactly what Sean just said, he's a hypocrite. And James has said the same thing. Like, you're doing a press conference about an extramarital affair, and you out here quoting Bible verses. Like, what do your Bible verses mean to me when you ain't living by them? And I think there's that overall, like, yo, how do we take this dude seriously when he's out here talking this, but living this? And I think that's part of the concern with Mark Jackson. And I'll say this about that a little bit. If you're around the church and around pastors enough, they'll have situations like this, and they'll explain it. They'll say, "I'm not God. I'm a human just like everybody else, and because I try to preach the word and I, try to live my life a certain way and help others guide their way in a certain way, that doesn't mean I'm immune from the being a human being and making mistakes. Not perfect." And you just like, I don't want to say forever now that because that happened, that everything that he says is trash. We talk about guys like Kirk Franklin. Kirk Franklin had his own transgressions and the things that he went through, and he spoke openly about it. Like you said, I'm a human being. You know what I mean? I'm not God. You know what I mean? I bleed just like everybody else, and I will make mistakes just like everybody else. And what
you see how that stuff can turn people off, though?
Absolutely.
And turn people away?
I understand it. And I think, and you talk about talking about it, I think that's the only step to get some people. It's not going to affect everybody. Some people just write you off forever. But being forthright and talking about it and saying those things like, hey, I made a mistake. I'm a human. I'm trying to work on myself every day and be, things like that. That's one way to gain some people's respect back. But there are certain people that see it happen and you can never go back from it. And he's got to be able to deal with that. It might be people in his locker room. It might be fans. It might be anything like that. But that's Vivek, Mark, all these guys, they got to know that's going to come with the territory. If you sign a guy like Mark Jackson, there's going to be some guys, some people that don't want to hear anything he has to say because of the things he did in the past. It's part of it.
It is. With that said, I don't feel like that's the chief concern in addressing this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are hypocritical people all over the place, not just in the church, not just in basketball. They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this is a very strange sentence to say out loud. I do think the church's role in the Sacramento Kings has to be addressed. Like, there's stories of him inviting the team to church, and I don't know that that's terribly uncommon, but I don't know. I don't know. I like that. I think that is the type of stuff that has to be addressed. Like, are you gonna put holy water on De'Aaron's ankle too? I mean, how far into this are we getting? And then
I would
again, that's still not my chief concern, but go ahead.
I would advise him if he was asking me, and you may not care. Matter of fact, I know he doesn't care. Man, just keep your job, and your personal life personal. That's how I would do it. But he may not. And you've heard Iguodala address that. He was like, yeah, it was rumored that y'all made us go to church. He didn't make us go to church. He invited us, and we went because we were going to go to church anyway. And he wouldn't. Like, that's what it was. Like, you hear some of these stories get sensationalized.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I don't understand. The stories get sensationalized, and you have people who are there in the trenches. Like, what? Here's what I would ask. Why does Joe Lacob's word carry more weight than Steph, Draymond, and Iguodala?
Why do you think that it does?
Because people don't like Mark Jackson. And you'll find what you're looking for. If you want reasons and affirmations and confirmations as to why you don't like somebody and he shouldn't get a job or he's as bad as you think he is, you'll go with what you found and you'll run with it. Because, like, for instance,
but that's true in any walk of life.
Absolutely.
Like, you can find
it's true on the reverse. Like, if you want to find a reason to believe Mark Jackson,
you go to Steph.
Chance,
you go to
absolutely right. But it's like, so the first thing about it is like Joe Lacob says, no, he couldn't get along with nobody here. Well, that's not true. Like, that's literally not true. There's three guys matter of fact, they're probably the only three guys that'll be on the record to say their feelings about Mark Jackson, except for Andrew Bogut. I think Andrew Bogut is the only one on the opposite side who will be on the record and say, put my name on how I feel about Mark Jackson. Other than that, the only three people that will not be an anonymous source or, sources tell me are the guys that are saying, nah, he's cool. Like, he should get an opportunity. Everybody else is like, where are you getting this information from? So I just don't understand why Joe Lacob's words carry more weight than those three guys in the locker room.
But I don't know that it's Joe Lacob's word that carries more weight as much as it's more people looking to pile on Mark Jackson than to hear any other perspective. Mm-hmm. And when Joe Lacob says things like, it's 200 people that didn't like him, and then you've got Deadspin articles being written about him, and you've got, New York Times articles, all of this different stuff. Like, Mark, Mark comes across like a jerk. Like I don't know any other way of saying. I'm not. I've never met him. I have no idea what. I'm just talking about the way he comes across.
You could get
even on
bad vibes
television.
from Mark Jackson.
Yeah, like even just watching him, I bet he's a tool. Like I bet he's a jerk. And there's stronger words I want to use. I won't. But and I think that stuff. It's easier to spread something negative, I think, than it is to spread something positive.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think Joe Lacob's words necessarily carry more weight. I just think more people were interested in what he said because they wanted to pile on Mark Jackson. They wanted to figure out, why did a 51-win coach get fired?
Mm-hmm.
Why, 3 years into his run? It's not like he was 7 years into his run and he won 63 games or 61 games and got fired.
Right.
That's Mike Brown. There's a story behind Mike that, all of that. There's probably a story that I didn't pick up on until this weekend. There's probably a story behind his second Cleveland Cavaliers firing as well. But I think it's easier to spread that stuff that's negative when you're looking for the answer to a question about a coach or a question about a guy or how come Mark Jackson isn't coaching anymore. You're not going to find, Steph, Dre, Clay love him. You're going to find Karin J. Phillips of Deadspin wrote this. You're going to find Joe Lacob said all 200 employees, over 200 employees hated him. That's the stuff you're going to find.
Right. All right. And look, I'm very confident that he rubbed a whole lot of people there the wrong way. Right. A whole lot of people there the wrong way. It may be, I'm taking it too literal or whatever, but when you talk about everybody didn't like him, I mean, there's 3 guys, 3 of the 4 people that will go on the record about how they truly feel about him say that they liked him. He deserves another opportunity. They speak glowingly of him. I know somebody personally that was in that organization that said, man, don't listen to all the stuff you hear about Mark. Mark was great to me. He was great to me, and he was great to this player in his organization. I don't know if the guy had an agenda. I don't know what it is. But like I said, I had personal conversations with this guy who worked in the organization. I was like, this stuff you're hearing about him is crazy. So I don't know. And there's people who I know, both of us know personally, who will say the opposite, who were personally there and be like, this guy Mark was crazy. You know what I mean? So you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. And all I'm saying is there's definitely a risk with Mark Jackson, but I just hear there's other sides as well that don't seem to get talked about as loudly. Is my only thought.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You want to talk? We want to listen. 916-349-1320. Daniel, what's happening, my brother?
How's it going, fellas?
Good, man. How you doing?
Not too bad, man. I think this has less to do with him being a jerk, because I think there's a lot of jerks in all the coaching in every sport.
Mm-hmm.
It has less to do with that, and I think it just has to do with the religion thing. I think a lot of people have a problem with religion, period, and they don't have any tolerance for it at all. So they just don't want people talking about it, especially here in California. I think he's a good coach. I think the guy would be great for the team, but I don't know how the fans are going to handle it because we're here in California.
No.
Okay. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah. The other thing about Mark, though, is I think he's a good coach as well. There's a level of professionalism that if he gets this job or any other job, he's got to exude more professionalism with how he's doing. Some of the things that you hear, and even like not even the salacious stuff, but I just remember like the last game against the Clippers, the game 7. I forgot. He wore all black, and he said he was going to a funeral. Maybe he didn't say it. Something about that. I remember hearing those things that day. It wasn't aftermath in an interview or anything like that, but just kind of like playing up to the whole notion of him being gone when everything was done. Like, Come on, man. It's almost hardball-esque where he's like taunting this ownership. Like, I dare you to do something to me. Like, don't do that. don't do that. You gotta, and you would hope in the second time around, like I said, if it's here or anywhere else, that he's learned to handle things a little differently than he did that first time.
Yeah, and I guess that's a question I think we all have to ask ourselves or Kings fans have to ask themselves, is this dude legitimately changed? Because if he's the same Mark Jackson and he winds up the Sacramento Kings head coach, yeah, we got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We got a big problem
Mm-hmm.
in that. I mean, but blame Kenny Caraway. Did see a tweet that said this. Shout out to Kamara for screenshotting it and send it to me because he didn't tag you in it. This is all your fault. This guy said I blame Kenny Caraway for putting pressure on Monty McNair to not get to 17 or 18 or wherever we're at.
What you got to do.
And he put the blame solely on you. But we could very well not get there.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, if Mark hasn't changed, we're looking for a head coach in 3 years, 2 years. He's getting old. The Sacramento Kings 2-for-4 deal. He's getting the 2 years for 4 years of pay.
Yeah.
He might have made the playoffs in between, but he's gonna alienate everybody else.
Yeah.
And
you don't know.
You know what? Maybe this organization isn't tight enough to get alienated. This organization has been beat to shreds for the last decade and a half. Like, I mean, think about that for a second. This organization has been destroyed publicly and privately for the last decade and a half. What the hell could Mark Jackson do?
Facts.
It's like the Eminem line. Now tell these people something they don't know about me.
Yeah.
Too late.
That's a great point. The other thing about this is, like, people, talk about religion and all this, and I'm not really here to get into all that. I just hope if Mark Jackson got this opportunity, he'd handle business better.
Mm-hmm.
That's all in this particular situation, in my opinion. That's what he needs. And when I talk about business, I mean how he goes about things in that locker room, how he goes about things in the hallways of the front office. Just handle business better. You know what I mean? Handle business better. Handle people with respect, and try to unite everybody as opposed to just trying to unite your players against the front office. Like that's one of my biggest concerns is that he just handles business better the second time around.
Yeah, we're all working towards the same goal. No one is working against you. Monty's job is literally riding on this hire.
Yeah.
Like, he wants this to work for you. He's on your side. I don't know, man. I feel like I keep saying this and we don't really get into it. I don't want Steve Clifford as the head coach. You look at Steve Clifford's, I guess him making the playoffs doesn't amount to anything. No, he absolutely has made the playoffs. He made the playoffs with a 33-win team in that year that the season was suspended. He's made the playoffs with a 42-40 team. Mind you, just quickly reminder, Orlando and Charlotte, this is all in the Eastern Conference. He made the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, over the course of, I think he made 3 or 4 times in the course of like a 8 or 9 year span. If that's your idea, the rosters were trash. Sure. 33 wins. I don't know what to do. Like I like there's nothing. He's the oldest candidate left. Like there's nothing, just by a little bit. There's nothing appealing to me about Steve Clifford at all as the head coach of this team. He's,
like I said, he's not a home run hitter. Absolutely not. That doesn't mean he's not good. That doesn't mean he couldn't get you to the first round of the playoffs. And I'd be super happy with that. That'd be awesome. But he's not a home run hitter. And when I talk about Mark Jackson being a home run hitter, recognize what I'm saying. He can hit a home run. But what happens when you swing for the fences sometimes? You get a big swing and a miss. That could happen too. You know what I mean? I'm just saying he's got a higher ceiling than somebody like Steve Clifford. And in my opinion, slightly higher ceiling than Mike Brown.
So I disagree about that. And that's what I want to talk about next. And we will DeAndre Hopkins, in a story that I didn't expect to announce today.
It's crazy.
Cardinals Pro Bowl wide receiver suspended for 6 games for violating the NFL's PED policy.
Wow.
I'm sorry. The true breaking news in that story is the NFL has a PED policy.
And me.
How bad do you have to be at doing PEDs to get caught? Because DeAndre Hopkins suspended for 6 games for violating the NFL PED policy. We'll come back. We'll talk more. I want to talk more about Mike Brown versus Mark Jackson if it comes down to those two, which probably means Steve Clifford is in fact getting the head coaching job for the Sacramento Kings.
Come on down.
But we'll dive into that. Can't wait to have him on the show for the first time. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. I ain't gonna put it on the screen, Steven, but same, bro.
Oh,
same.
Yeah, not to me. It don't matter.
I mean, it does speak to the team a little bit. I think even Steve Kerr said, and correct me if I'm wrong, like we don't need to go reinvent the wheel here.
Yeah.
Like they're playing good basketball. We need to build upon that. I think in a roundabout way, giving Mark his due there. It's true. It's true.
I'll tell you guys one thing. Mark is probably the best for the show.
And let's be honest.
Best for business.
That's all I care about.
Bro,
give me
show business
content.
Steve Clifford is the worst.
It's the absolute worst.
Bro, that Mark Jackson press conference is gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I don't know when it'll be, but I promise we will go live with it. We will go live with it. Oh man.
Just get it done already. Interview people today. Get the final interviews today. You're waiting for.
And what are you saying in the second interview that you didn't say in the first?
Yeah, especially since Vivek already seemed to have met these people. Like I would think the second interview is when you bring him to Vivek. He's already met him. What are we doing now? Contract, maybe? I don't know. Man, I'm not cutting beat. I'm not high. My lungs are just messed up.
Good and Pete.
No, it was a lot of fun though. A lot of fun.
Did I finish Ozark this weekend? Yes. Yeah, no, did I finish it? Yes. Yes.
Oh, that reminds me. I mean, do you guys want your update on
Oh, The Office. Yeah. No, we did that. That's on the air. We'll get that. We'll get that when we get back. Something to That's true. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. We want to just kind of lighten the mood a little bit, having some heavy conversations here, and we'll dive back into them. Particularly, I want to talk about Mark Jones, because Mark Jones is now a coaching candidate for the Sacramento Kings. Mark Jackson and Mike Brown. We're going to talk with Matt George coming up in 30 minutes. We'll talk with James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. But you've got an update for us?
Yeah, man.
A long awaited update.
Yeah, man. Turned on that office on Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah, turned on that office.
Mm-hmm.
Was right at the basketball episode. I was like, all right, here we go. Here we go. Fell asleep.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew that's how this story was going to end. You are trash, dude. You are such trash. Now, mind you, Kenny says this during the commercial break. Oh, you want your update? You want your update? What you don't know is at 9 o'clock this morning, he goes, oh, I've got an office update for you. And we knew he was on the basketball episode. We knew he was like right there. We're right on the verge of getting over the hump.
It wasn't.
knew, I could tell by the way you were talking, it was going to end with you falling asleep.
To show you that I watched it, or I attempted to. I come on and Mike, right? This who's Kirill's character.
Mike, yeah. Michael Scott. Yeah.
He goes, I was over there at the boys in the warehouse, I was hitting shots, swish.
Yeah.
Swish.
Yep.
Swish.
Yep. Yep.
And then the other guy isn't able to be on the team because he went to open run and he lied about how good he was and pissed Mike Scott off.
Yes.
So
it's
fine. And then
you can't call him Mike yet. You're not there.
Okay.
He's Michael Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was getting the shots up, and everyone was like, wow, black guys. They were like, wow. Yeah.
So I was all ready, but I was watching it while I was in the bed and I fell asleep.
Now you're watching on Peacock. Are you watching the fan
NBC's streaming station?
That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. Are you watching the super fan episodes that are a little bit longer? A little bit longer, Kenny? They're longer.
Man, I don't know nothing about that, man. You got like a premium Peacock.
All right, fine. If you don't want to tell me,
I don't know nothing about that.
I'm asking you if you were watching the longer ones. That's all I'm asking. They're called super fan episodes.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
You should watch. It's worth it.
So I tried, guys, and then you would say, "All right, we'll just watch it Saturday and Sunday." Well, no, I was
in these streets
Saturday, Sunday. So
yeah, was in these streets.
Maybe tonight because there's only 2 NBA games, and the Giants don't play. Hey man, I turned it on. I was about to watch it. Like I said, I would. I couldn't help it that I fell asleep.
Yeah, Kenny's on page 1 of The Office.
I'm gonna watch it tonight though. Giants don't play either. Only 2 NBA games.
I was Diddy at the end of All About the Benjamins last night. I didn't realize there was no other game on.
No other game.
I'm like, what am I doing now?
There was nothing going on after that Warriors game ended at like 3.
There wasn't until I watched Ozark. I was like, oh, there's something going on here. Shout out to Ozark for dropping like 5 episodes or 4 or 5, whatever it is. But whether it's 4 or 5, they all gone. They've all been. Is that the last season? Is this it? Anybody? Okay. I'm trying to think.
Ozark, that's not even on my radar. I mean, like I'm gonna check it out, but
it's good.
There's like
it's good.
90 shows I gotta watch before I get.
It's good. It's a. It's the last season. Okay, that was a was a fine ending. Then it was. I'm deciding. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't now. Okay, I felt like I was like, man, this feels like some finality. And as I'm watching it, I was like, okay, is this it? Okay, all right.
It's also
good stuff though.
The show with what's his name, Brendan Fraser. Who's
no
is he in the show?
Bateman.
Jason Bateman, that's what it is.
Not Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser is Encino Man, or what was that?
Encino Man. Yeah,
Encino
he's
Man.
in
That's right.
Encino Man. He's the Mummy, right? He was in the Rock's not the Scorpion King, but you never saw Scorpion King?
No, I never saw.
Oh man, you can't.
I've been on the ride at Universal Studios, but I ain't never seen the movies.
Man, that's The Rock, man. You got to go see it.
I know.
Yeah, you got to go see it like it's in the theater. You actually don't. It's not great, but it's The Rock's first role.
Happy birthday to The Rock. First of all, he gets air horns.
You know, I always remember The Rock's birthday.
Huh.
You remember the This Is Your Life segment?
Yeah.
It's just so overly cheesy. It's not, and I think it's supposed to be. Like, I think it's supposed to be purposely bad. But Mankind has everybody singing Happy Birthday to The Rock. And The Rock says, you know, this is in like peak cheesy 1999 Rock. He's like, you know, naturally to the Rock, thanks the millions and millions of fans. But to you, The Rock's birthday's May 2nd, you stupid son of a bitch. Like, that's how I always remember The Rock's birthday. That line right there.
That was hilarious. It was bad, but that line was hilarious.
It was very bad. And I love that right after that, they sent Triple H out there to put an end to the segment. Just run out there and swing a sledgehammer at The Rock and get this thing over with.
Yeah, Trips will always get that done. But did you see that video of him pulling up on those people that were at the wax museum?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
916-349-1320. We'll get back to this coaching combo here. Let's bring in our man E-Biz. E-Biz, what's good, baby?
E-Biz.
What's up with it, D? What's up with it, KC? How y'all doing?
We good, man. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. So, I just want to talk about the coaches real quick. I started watching you guys on YouTube, so I'm like back at probably 12, 10. That's how far back I am.
Okay.
But so I understand the frustration that people have, especially like with Mark Jackson and the assistant coaches. But have you guys wondered, like, maybe the assistant coaches, they didn't have good interviews? So like their vision wasn't as good as what they were feeling? Or are you guys just kind of on a page that you're just not feeling it? Like, for example, for like Mark Jackson, or, you know, Steve Clifford, like, are you guys kind of on that point right there?
I mean, it's possible they didn't interview well. It doesn't seem likely because I don't think all three of them would have not interviewed well. Like, I think it was, they just didn't want to go in that direction at all, but it's possible. Yeah,
Darvin Ham's the one. Like, if you told me Will Hardy didn't interview well, I'd have a hard time believing any of them didn't interview well. But Darvin Ham, really, that would strike me as like, really? Yeah. You didn't, huh? Yeah. Okay, because that flies in the face of pretty much everything we've ever heard about him.
And the interesting thing about that is like what are the, no disrespect to these guys, but this is just the way they are. This is the way they're viewed right now. What the hell the Kings gonna like grill somebody and interview someone where they just couldn't handle the questions? I'm like, I'm stumbling over these questions by the Kings front office.
Yeah.
When I'm coming from Milwaukee and Boston, like, no, they were more than prepared for anything the Kings had to say for them.
And those are, those are things we talked about last week, because there was probably a lot of interviewing being done by the candidates, which that could be another conversation. Like, I also, lumping all three into, a category of they interviewed poorly, or, the other popular one is maybe they just didn't want the job. Like, all three of them just said, nah. Like, all three of them. The one that would make the most sense to me saying no is Charles Lee. Because Charles
next,
Lee,
right? He's right next to Coach Bud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, Darvin Ham is. He's next to Darvin Ham.
Gotcha.
So it's
if
like
Darvin leaves, you become next.
Exactly. And you're probably put in it. You Bucks ain't going nowhere.
Right.
To the best of my knowledge, Giannis is going to be in Milwaukee for a while. You're going to be in good shape.
Yeah.
You're going to be in good shape. So that just puts him at it elevates him a little bit more, gets him some more time with Bud, gets him some more time with Giannis. And next year, there's probably more jobs available. I mean, right now, there's only 3, right?
Yeah.
Lakers, Kings, and Charlotte. I feel like Charlotte's been, maybe I'm just not locked in enough to what Charlotte's doing, but I feel like it's been really quiet over there.
They see in the Bible Belt, they've got it all covered.
No, Mike need to come get his boy back. Come get Steve Clifford back
They
before.
want that old thing back.
Better get him back before he needs to call Monty. No, Monty, don't do it. I want Steve. And send PJ Washington to me, and I won't interview Steve Clifford anymore. We're gonna get PJ here in Sacramento somehow.
Take care of that, brother PJ. We're gonna take care of you.
And you know what? We're gonna take PJ to church. We're gonna take PJ to church. We're gonna get that might be the one reason to hire Mark Jackson. We're gonna get PJ right. We're gonna get him in a good spot. Why are you so adamant Mark Jackson over Mike Brown?
Man, it's really just a gut feeling because I think Mark Brown is a good coach. Like it's not really a knock on him. It's just a feel. Like I said earlier, we don't have, or at least I haven't seen, maybe Jill Adge would find it if it's out there, but Boobie Gibson and Harrison Varejao talking about Mike Brown. We don't have that footage, but we have the way Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala would talk about Mark Jackson. And the thing with Mark is if we were all just being real with ourselves and being fair, you hear the things that are said about Mark Jackson, the coach, and what he did for that team, culture he gave them, the confidence he instilled in them. It is absolutely everything this team and this franchise needs. 100%. Now, can he replicate that here in Sacramento? I don't know. He might not be able to. But we don't know what's going to happen. If we knew what we were going to happen, yeah, we'd make the perfect choice. But we don't know. All we can do is go off of things in the past, research from other people that we've talked to. And like I said, when you hear those guys talk about Mark Jackson, everything that they talk about is what this franchise, what this team, what that locker room needs. Every single thing. When you talk about basketball, other stuff, hey man, I don't know how that would work out, but I'm talking about hoop, and everything is right on the head with what this franchise needs.
Okay. I think Mike Brown, unfortunately, is a victim of LeBron James, where if you coached LeBron, you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And especially at the time in which Mike Brown became the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, it's just terribly unfair.
Mm-hmm.
He's criticized because I guess at this point, well, for a while, he was the only coach that didn't get LeBron James to the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
But man, those Cleveland Cavaliers teams weren't the Miami. Come to think about it, he did get him to the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
wasn't Mike Brown the coach of that Spurs team?
Yeah.
Man, so have y'all ever looked at that roster?
It's terrible.
Like, man, gosh almighty, but so much credit is given to LeBron that, like, in order to give credit to someone, you have to take it away from someone else. Mm-hmm. And Mike Brown's reputation as a good coach has been destroyed because he coached LeBron James. And he didn't coach LeBron James in Los Angeles, in which he led them to a plus 15 or plus 2,500 record.
And then did they make the playoffs? I'm being serious.
Yeah.
Like, the Lakers team made the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that was
Kobe. Kobe, right?
I think that was the strikes shortened season, 45 and 20 something. Why am I acting like I can't look this up?
2009, 2000. No, that was, I feel like, yeah, it might have been 2000. I
think it's a little bit later than that, isn't it? Because LeBron
the strike
was still,
short one was 09, Or maybe it was 10-11.
So there were 61. He only coached
Maybe it was
66 games in
11-12.
2011,
Yeah.
2012.
You're right, a little later. I think it was 11-12 was the
Okay,
strike zone game.
so that's why there's 66 games in that season. And yes, it's because it was strike zone. They were 41-25 that year. Lost in the conference semis. They went 1-4 to start the season. He was fired.
It's crazy.
That
is a crazy one right there.
And then he went to Cleveland. So, mind you, he goes to Cleveland in 2013-14, coaches there for 1 year, and he's fired. LeBron James comes back the next year. So there's always this belief that LeBron didn't like Mike Brown's offense, and that's why Dan Gilbert panicked and fired him at the end of the 2010 season. And I don't know this for sure, but that's probably why Mike Brown was fired after 1 year in the 2013-14 season.
Yeah.
Which is disappointing for Mike, because I feel like there were enough rumblings there about LeBron potentially going back to Cleveland. Maybe he thought that was a good thing for him, and he should have stayed away from that.
Yeah. No, Mike Brown's a good coach, man. I don't. When I say what I say about Mark Jackson's ceiling being higher and all this other stuff, I want to make it clear it's not to knock Mike Brown. I don't believe Mike Brown has a higher ceiling as a coach than Mark Jackson does. Could be wrong. It could be absolutely wrong. Mark Jackson can come here and fall flat on his face. That is a very real possibility. I think that Mark is a good coach, and I also believe that Mark would not handle things the same way the second time around. I haven't talked to him, obviously, so I don't know. I mean, I've seen an interview where he said he would handle things differently, but I mean, how differently? How much differently? What things are you willing to bend on? Yep. What things are you just not willing to let go of? We don't know that, but yeah, I think he's a good coach, and I think he will learn from his mistakes.
Who do you think forms a better staff, Mike or Mark?
Probably Mike Brown.
That's what I think too.
Yeah,
that's got to be important.
I don't know what Mark Jackson's bench would look like. Although I'll say this, I want to make it like he found them, and I don't know the whole dynamics behind it. Somebody has more information, they could educate me on it. But you talk about putting together a staff, until I hear otherwise, he found Mike Brown or Mike Malone. Everybody say Mike Malone did everything for him. Mark Jackson put him on the staff. So he was able to put together a staff and a winning staff at that point in time.
That was then.
Yeah, maybe his whole reputation and all that is taking too big of a blow.
Like if you're an assistant, you going to hitch your wagon to Mark Jackson?
I don't know. I think to answer your question initially, I think Mike Brown would have an easier job of putting together a better staff.
Yeah, I think he would put together a better staff. Let's get Winston in here. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Winston?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Winston, you sounded like you was at Discovery Park this weekend. What was you doing this weekend, Winston?
Oh, man, I had a little basketball celebration for the young AAU team here in Sacramento. Shout out to the Dream Chasers. And,
yeah, that's the people. Shout out. Yeah, my man Marcus Price, all them, man. That's my people over there.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Great coach, man. Great coach. Question, though, about Mark Jackson. Do we, as Sacramento King fans, have enough trust in him to believe that he has now learned his lesson from what he does outside the court and keeping it 100 and above board? Because we all know the only reason that he got ousted in the Warriors was because of his activity outside of the court. As you guys stated, he's a hell of a coach. He knows the game. He was a hell of a player. But we know Temptation Island outside this court, and even with players, that temptation is the devil.
Mhm.
And, we don't want to invest in someone who tells you, hey, yeah, I learned my lesson from years ago, but, is that something that we want to gamble on? Do we want somebody a little bit older, a little bit set in their ways where they, their playtime is over? Now, I mean, we all are men, and there are things out there that tempt us every day.
Mhm.
But honestly, Mark Jackson, like I say, hell of a coach, but is he done with temptation either?
I'll say this: I don't want to coach older than Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
Because that's Steve Clifford. I think there's a 3-year difference between the two.
Yeah.
I think because Mark's 57, right?
57. Yeah. I don't know, Steve. What's I
think
Mike
Steve
Brown's
Clifford
like
is 60,
2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Mark Jackson's 57. So it's
Steve
not a big
Clifford
age
is
discrepancy.
also in an age where he'd be fine as a coach. Like, I don't think he's not D'Antoni, like that old.
Oh.
He'd be fine.
Okay. He did miss like.
Oh yeah, he did have the health concerns.
Yeah, he did. And I'm not. Look, he's in a nice consultant role. Hey, we got an open position for a consultant. Stevie. No.
Alvin's got that.
I just thought Vlade was coming back, to be honest with you.
Well.
I
can't say the streets haven't been talking.
We'll let James Ham deal with that when he joins us at 3. I think Winston's original question was, will Sacramento Kings fans be willing to forgive Mark Jackson? And that's a question I absolutely cannot answer.
There's some
I have
who
no
won't.
idea.
I'm very convinced with that. There's some who just say, no, I don't want nothing to do with this guy. And that's their right. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It just is what it is.
I think it was Sean that called earlier and said, man, I can't tolerate hate. Mm-hmm. You've got to atone for that.
Yeah.
Like that I need that to be clear. Yep. Where you stand. Because if you're on that same line that you were, I can't rock with you.
Yeah.
I can't.
Absolutely.
It ain't gonna change the way I got a job to do, but I can't rock with you.
Right.
I'm gonna root for whoever's hired, but I ain't going to cheerlead for this dude if he's if that's his heart. Like if he's letting his heart be out there and that's it, man, you ain't for me.
And I'll tell you straight up. We talk about the Kings can't make a hire, being afraid, and all this other stuff. If that, number one, if that was asked of him, and he said, yeah, I still rock it the same, I wouldn't change a thing. Now you can't hire him.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. If he gave you a different answer of like, learn some things or absolutely would handle things way differently, have been educated, whatever the case may be. All right, now it's back open, but you also got to tell him, we gotta, you talk about acknowledgement. We got to acknowledge this publicly.
Yep.
Like this is what we have to do as an organization. We're taking a chance on you. For us to be able to do that, you have to do this for us. Like you have to talk about this. And what you just told me that made me okay with hiring you, you got to tell people in front of the camera. Like that has to, you can't not, address those things. And I'm speaking more to, some of the things he said about, having gays in his locker room and all this other stuff. The extramarital affairs, that don't have to be public. That's not our business. That's him and his family and his wife. But that stuff where they have like you mentioned, the LGBT night at the Golden One Center. Oh yeah, you gotta talk about where you're at.
Yeah. Again, we have spent the least amount of time today talking about Steve Clifford, which almost ensures that he will be the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Steve. Sorry, I didn't even mean to sigh like that. Sorry, Steve. I'm just saying.
Matt George of ABC 10 and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He'll join us next. We'll get his thoughts on these coaching finalists, his perspective. We'll continue to take your phone calls as well, 916-349-1320. And if you want to get active in the conversation, chat's a great way to do it. Chatty House is popping today, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and on Facebook Live on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. We're back with more Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. No. Mm-mm. I don't think Vivek is as big of an idiot as people want to believe that he is.
I agree.
I just don't.
I agree. Yeah, I agree, Miss P.
Yeah, can y'all get the thumbs up?
Soul Boom
please?
seemed like a Miss P function. She needs to come out here next year. That seemed like a vibe for Miss P. You know what I'm saying?
We got to get on her schedule, man. It's
not Chris Brown.
She could be on a
vibe.
She could be on a yacht in the middle of an ocean somewhere. We need to
on the port of Miami and all this.
Yeah, can we steal a weekend or two out here?
I can't keep up, man. Her and Sarah Hodges, I just can't keep up.
Sarah. I can't, I how did you even ask that question? How did you not even know that
It's supposed to warm up this week. I think I saw a 92.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What about your friends?
That's my jam right there.
Stand around.
Let's get Matty Ice in here.
Hey,
Matty,
what it is,
George?
That time already? I didn't even know.
What's up, Matt?
What it up?
No sound from you. Do I have you put it up right?
Is it me?
You know what? Hang on, Matt. It's always my fault. Hang on.
Is that a Dreamville hat, man? What'd that say?
Good.
Oh, okay.
It's a golf brand. It's a YouTube golf brand.
You're a golfer, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm addicted.
Okay.
Full on.
Do you do any video game golf, like the Oculus or
no, none of that.
Yard.
They brought back golf video games for PC, but I'm garbage at them because they require finesse, and I don't have that. But I am I think 2K Sports, they just signed Tiger Woods to be on their next golf game. So I'm all in, because I was as a kid, man, even if I didn't care about golf that much as a kid, I had all the Tiger Woods PGA Tour games, man.
Yeah, those games are fire.
I've been obsessed with Tiger even before I cared about golf. Tiger has just always intrigued me. So now that he's coming back to a video game, hell yeah, I'm in. You got me.
Are fire.
Just wrapped up a nice combo with Kyle Madsen for the pod today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that nice?
Catching up with the boy.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And you're done. You go to work at 2:30? You work at 3? Is that right?
No, I work at 7 tonight. I'm only working a half shift tonight because I worked 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. last night.
Oh my.
Oh,
Yeah, I made my Toyota Sports Extra debut
I
last
saw
night.
you last night. Looking
Nice.
smooth. Looking smooth. I see
Oh,
you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I see you.
I mean, you know, Jesse, he outgrowing us.
He's great. He was fantastic. I was happy to poach your guys' content for my own gain and to take your producer with it.
Russell, I've seen you ask this a couple of times, and I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, where is D'Lo and Sean Cunningham? I don't know what you mean. We're coming back, guys. All Kenny's talk about music festivals. Well, we've got your opportunity to pick music festival for you to go to. Golden Sky or Aftershock. We'll have those tickets coming up for you at the top of the 2:00 hour. I will remind you, don't worry, as we welcome in the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our good friend of ABC 10, one Matthew George. Matt,
Hello.
What's happening, buddy?
Hey.
What up? I was having a good day until Mark Stein tweeted something out about 25 minutes ago. So now I'm just having an average day, but I'm back with you guys, so it's getting good.
Explain to me why that's bad, and I'll read the tweet for everybody here as soon as it loads. Okay, Mark Jackson has impressed Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in the interview process to date and appears to have his best shot at an NBA coaching job since the Golden State Warriors ousted him 8 years ago. Why does that bother you so much?
Well, number one, this actually doesn't bother me, but it also doesn't surprise me. Like, we knew Vivek was going to be involved in the interviews every step of the way. He was involved in all the interviews for hiring the general manager. Like, that's no surprise whatsoever. So it's not that Vivek has an opinion. It's the fact that I'm hearing about Vivek's opinion and I'm not hearing about Monty McNair's opinion. And to me, it's the fact that, like, what did everybody think? Or a lot of people thought, a lot of Kings fans who have been following the Kings over the last 9 years since Vivek took over, when they saw both Mike Brown and Mark Jackson, but especially Mark Jackson on this finalist list, they said, oh, here we go again. It's the continuation of a pattern. Once again, the Sacramento Kings are trying to be like the Golden State Warriors, which is what Vivek has made his MO since he became the owner of the Sacramento Kings. And I tried to not necessarily play it off, but the way that I felt kind of before today was that, look, we've asked Monty McNair in person and over Zoom time and time again, like, Monty, do you have full autonomy? Is this your team? Are you making the decisions? And Monty has looked us in the eye every single time, and he has told us, I have full autonomy. This is my team. I'm the guy here. I'm making the decisions. Now, I don't necessarily expect him to take a mic and say, no, I'm just a figurehead here. I'm just a puppet, and guys upstairs are making the decisions. So you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. But then we started to see little things like the Doug Christie or Alvin Gentry over Doug Christie decision and things like that, like little things that suggested, okay, maybe this really is McNair's group. And then this finalist list comes out. And like I said earlier, it just, you see the continuation of a pattern. And as much as I want to dismiss it as, no, this is all on Monty, this is completely Monty's decision, no matter what, this falls onto Monty's shoulders. To see those names, to have that little red flag maybe raised to half-mast, and then you get this tweet from Mark Stein saying, not McNair, not Wes Wilcox, not anybody else that's actually a basketball decision maker, Kings owner Vivek Ranadive is impressed by Mark Jackson, and suddenly he has his best chance in 8 years of getting a job. I don't want to hear about Vivek Ranadive anymore. I want to hear about Monty McNair making this decision. And the fact that McNair's name is nowhere to be seen, that concerns me a whole hell of a lot. That is sending alarm bells off in my head.
That's understandable. I get it. Absolutely. What you can kind of hope for in that situation is, well, the only thing that you really hope for in that situation is that Mark Jackson or whoever, Mike Brown, they win. They win. Because if they win, all this will go away.
Absolutely.
You know, we won't think about we'll talk about him trying to be like the Warriors, but this time he actually got it right, this time. So I understand your concerns with that, though. I do. I get it. You'd rather hear Monty McNair's name heading up the search. We don't know that he's not, but you'd rather hear that as well. And you hear Vivek again. Seems like they're skipping a step, right? Like it should be he's impressed Monty McNair, and now he's got to, talk to the big boss, talk to Vivek, and really get his ear. That's how you like to hand it. So I like to hear it. I understand what you're talking about.
And I want to be clear too, Kenny, it's not that I don't see any value in Mark Jackson potentially being the head coach of the Kings. Like, if you look back to what he did with the Golden State Warriors, got them to buy into kind of a defensive mindset, brought that team from terrible to 2 really good seasons, and laid part of the foundation of what became that Warriors dynasty. Like, I understand from a basketball standpoint what Mark Jackson brings and why he could potentially be successful in Sacramento. Honestly, his stock wasn't too high with me to begin with because of the drama and the baggage that he also brings that I'm just not necessarily interested in at this point in time. This stock went down as soon as I saw Vivek Ranadive's name attached to him. And that has nothing to do with Jackson. That has everything to do with Vivek, because Vivek has continued to, and ownership has continued to kind of, I think the word that we've heard is meddle, kind of be involved, instill their opinions instead of listening to the basketball decision makers. Again, I don't know 100% if this is fully Vivek's decision or McNair's decision, but the fact that once again it can be questioned, that is my issue. So I'm trying to be fair here and not say McNair's completely out. This is Vivek's hire at this point, because I think that's an overreaction. But with Vivek's name once again being brought up, those concerns are back up as well.
To be fair, Vivek like Mike Malone.
He got that way right and then botched it. Well, not him, but we know what happened.
So I think we get overly sensitive about Vivek Ranadive.
Okay.
And I don't know. Obviously I have no idea. I'm going to guess it wasn't Vivek that called Mark Stein and said, "Hey, I'm really digging Mark Jackson." Someone either involved in the process or someone who has heard something about the process has relayed that information to Mark Stein. Someone said that there's enough out there to where James said to us on Friday, there's a lot of traction around Mark Jackson being the Kings' next head coach. I don't think that's just Vivek. I don't think Monty's in there screaming, no, don't do this. And Vivek's like, oh yeah, this is my team. I'm doing it. I would hope they're having discussions about how this is going. And a piece of that discussion was obviously relayed to Mark Stein.
Yeah, I don't think it's as extreme as McNair saying absolutely not and Vivek overruling him. I think that would be absurd to really consider that. I don't think that necessarily happens. Again, it just goes back to the name that we're seeing, the name that is being thrown out publicly versus the name that I think all Sacramento Kings fans want to be thrown out publicly with this decision, which is Monty McNair. Even if the Luke Walton situation, right? We all heard Monty McNair is bringing Walton back. This is Monty McNair's guy. There was still skepticism about whether or not it was Monty's decision or not. Regardless, we can dismiss all that because Monty committed to him, ended up firing him 20 games later. To me, that's on McNair, even if there was something behind the scenes that influenced that. To me, that's on Monty.
Agreed.
Like at that point, it's Monty's decision. I want this hire, no matter who it is, even if I 100% hate it and disagree with it. I want it to be Monty McNair's decision without question. And already, not only is this moving a lot faster than I expected to, we already have a finalist list and the season ended 3 or something weeks ago. Like, not only that, now we have Vivek's name being brought up again, ownership names being brought up again, not general manager names. That freaks me out. That worries me from a Kings fan perspective.
Is there anybody, we'll take all the candidates, not just the finalists. Was there somebody that you had your eye on particularly that you thought would be good for the job from everything that you've heard and read?
Well, he wasn't on the list of initial candidates, but I've always been a fan of Kenny Atkinson. I like the idea of Kenny Atkinson. I think it's telling. The only, I guess, thing we've heard about Kenny is Sam Amick suggested that maybe he wasn't interested in the job to begin with. That was never confirmed.
Can you stick with that for a second? That's exactly what he did, because there are some people who are really, really bad at their jobs who said something otherwise. Mm-hmm. He suggested it. He didn't report it.
Correct.
He suggested it. And those are two very, very different things. James Ham, a reporter, said that's not exactly what happened. And again, I'm not trying to be vague here. I can't remember what James said on the air and what he said off the air. I'll ask him when he joins us at 3 if he can clarify that on the air. And if he can, great. If he can't, that's really important. Sam Amick suggested that Kenny Atkinson may have turned them down.
Regardless, Kenny's not part of that list, and that was a bit disappointing to me, especially when clearly, or I guess based off of what we know, based off this finalist list, it seems like McNair is trending towards guys who have former head coach experience. If you were to say before this list came out, hey, the Kings are going to hire a former NBA head coach who's available right now, who's towards the top of your list, I would have said Kenny Atkinson is like number 1 or number 2 potentially. He's not.
Can
on the
I
list
ask you something?
Yeah.
Why? A lot of people loved Kenny Atkinson, and
I was thinking about that too. Like what, and this actually made me more pro Mike Brown, is I was thinking like, what was it about Kenny Atkinson that I like so much that I'm kind of hesitant about with Mike Brown? And it again brought me a little more over, and even Steve Clifford to some extent. Hell, even Mark Jackson to some extent. Like I saw what Kenny Atkinson did, and a lot of it's recency bias too. Like I saw what he was able to do with the Brooklyn Nets, how well that team was playing, the young team, and what they became. And then of course we all know what happened, but and reading about Kenny's past as a development coach, or how he's developed young talent, I think I was intrigued by that. And I think it was more a romanticized idea than it was like a legitimate day one Kenny Atkinson is coming in and changing the organization. If I think about that compared to a guy like Mike Brown, I could see Mike Brown or Mark Jackson having more of a day one impact than Kenny Atkinson would have. So other than that, like, the list of first timers like Darvin Ham, I know infatuated a lot of Kings fans on social media. The fact that like first time head coaches now, guys, they don't seem to be that big of risks anymore. Like I remember a first time head coach not too long ago. It's like, do you really want to try this guy, whether he's out of college or he's come up through the NBA ranks? Now it's like, look at the first time NBA head coaches. You guys were talking about both Ime Udoka and Willie Green recently. Like, look at these first time head coaches who are having success, but it's not just, they're just getting plucked and thrown on a bench and said, here you go. Like they've paid their dues. Darvin Ham, I had Jill Adge on Locked On Kings not too long ago, and I just sat back for 20 minutes and listened to her talk about these young candidates and how they've come up through the business and the names they've been connected to. Like I would have liked to have seen at least one of those names on the finalists, on that finalist list, but I don't know any of these guys personally. I'm not there in the interviews, so I can't fully attach myself to any one candidate. I just was a bit underwhelmed, as I think a lot of people were, by the list of final 3 that initially came out so soon.
At a point, I got to do 2 things here, Casey, before you jump in there.
Absolutely.
Well, I've been dying to mention this for a few days. Chris Finch is often referenced in those names of first year head coach. Chris Finch is 52 years old. I just want to point that he's not a 33-year-old kid who's been working his way through. He's 52 years old. He's been in the game a minute.
Isn't Darvin Ham like only 2 years younger than Mike Brown too? So like these guys aren't.
That would make Darvin Ham 50.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Mike Brown's 52.
Darvin Ham, he can't be 50.
I don't know.
Maybe he is. I don't know.
48. So he's 4 years younger.
Yeah. A little older than even I thought. Wow.
Also, all this talk about music festivals and Kenny spending his time at music festivals, we've got your opportunity to pick your music festival, the Golden Sky Festival on October 15th and 16th, or the world famous Aftershock Festival, October 6th to 9th. We've got your tickets for whichever one of those you want. Caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. Kenny, of course, he's going to both of those, but you have the opportunity to pick which one you want to go to. 916-349-1320. Our promotions team really knows our demographic here.
Question. I have a question.
Yep.
I've never been to a music festival in my life, and I've always wanted to go to one, but I have no idea which one to go to. Either Chatty House or you guys help me out.
Kenny will tell you.
Go to Lost in Rhythm. You'll love it.
Got it.
Or you can go to Soul Bloom, which was phenomenal this past.
You have to do the podcast the next day wearing glasses because it gets a little. It's a long weekend out there.
Hazy out there. It gets a little hazy, but no. Yeah, I don't know what kind of music you like.
Well, I do know Aftershock's not my vibe. I do know that I would not be happy with Aftershock, but like I've been interested in Bottle Rock before, and then like these are massive ones, but like I'm an EDM fan, so like Tomorrowland and stuff like that they do, but those are huge international things. So I don't know if that's I'm ready for that, but I don't know. I'm interested. Stagecoach looked a little interesting too. I don't know. I'm in.
Okay. Did you say you've been to Bottle Rock?
No, I've been intrigued by Bottle Rock.
Oh, I was like, well, Matt George been to Bottle Rock. I ain't been there yet. I think Stevie.
Are you a Coachella guy, Matt?
Oh yeah, I'd do Coachella. Yeah, I absolutely. I would just go to experience it. I just know the only one that I wouldn't have a very good time at is Aftershock.
What was it? Metallica? Was it last year? They were. I thought long and hard. Like,
oh yeah, it was last year. Yeah,
I could go. I could go and watch that.
That was at
And
Discovery Park too, right?
I did not. Yes.
I had never. Once again, I'd say never. Maybe one year, I forgot. Long time. 102.5. Maybe Damien was on stage. And
Hey, it's Cinco de Mayo, baby. It's that time of year. Let's go. The big Cinco. Baby Bash. Frankie J. Lisa and the Colt Jam. Come on.
That place is massive. Like, absolutely festival.
Oh, it's huge.
Kenny, let me tag along with you to a music fest.
Man, pull up with me, man. Like I said, Lost in Rhythm, Soul Bloom. Pull up on me, man.
I'm there.
You know,
let's go.
Let's go.
I'll carry your drink.
You can see Summer Walker. You know, I think you like Summer Walker, Matt.
Do you know who Summer Walker is?
No.
Okay. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and Matt George of ABC 10. They're one and the same with us here, talking Kings basketball, talking these coaching hires. With the remaining three, do you have a preference?
Yeah. It's Mike Brown at this point.
It is Mike Brown. Okay.
Yeah, it's Mike Brown just based off the pedigree, the fact that, like, I think Kings fans roll their eyes a little bit, and I know I did too. He's another coach that's coming from Steve Kerr's system with the Golden State Warriors, but he spent 6 good years with the Golden State Warriors, and I'd like to imagine that not only has he learned a thing or two, but he's done a lot to help that organization, so I don't view that as a bad thing.
I love that we look at that as a bad thing. Like it's just the winning, like they've been to the finals 5 times, and oh God, we're doing what they're doing. Ugh.
It's that stepbrother jealousy that we got.
That's kind of what it is.
But yeah, it's Mike Brown. Although, like, I could listen to arguments for all three. My number 3 is Mark Jackson, more because of the drama than it is what he can do for the basketball team. And then Steve Clifford, like, I can make an argument for Steve Clifford, but I'm also like, I know you have to walk. Okay, I know you have to walk before you can run, but like, I think Steve Clifford can help this team defensively right away. I don't think he's inspiring necessarily. What concerns me about Clifford is he's been to the playoffs 4 times, all 4 times first round exits. Now, I will raise my hand right up and say I would be thrilled for the Kings to be a first round exit next year. Don't get me wrong. But also, I tweeted this out. Like, I'm looking for the Kings to hire a coach with a little bit of longevity. Like, I'm not trying to see another 3 years and then McNair or whoever's the general manager say, this guy took us as far as he's going to go. Now we need the guy to take us to the next level, a la Vlade Divac with Dave Yeager and Luke Walton. Like, I'm looking for a guy that's going to be here for the next 5-6 years that I don't have to worry about, who's going to get a second contract and then probably have to be in conversations to get a third contract. I don't know if any of these 3 guys are going to get that, which is why I was a little underwhelmed by this list. But overall, like, out of the 3 of them, I could see Mark Jackson and Mike Brown getting second contracts before I could see Steve Clifford getting second contracts. And a lot of that is just based off of his history. So that being said, he doesn't have the drama that Jackson has. So that's why he gives me a slight edge. It's really Mike Brown and then a lot. And then Steve Clifford and Mark Jackson are kind of like right here.
Oh, man. Steve Clifford and Mark Jackson right next to each other. What do you think about what I spoke about earlier when I said Mike Brown and Steve Clifford? Mike Brown a little bit more than Steve Clifford. Those are singles. Those guys are good coaches, good basketball minds. Get you to the playoffs, and hey, I'm the guy that says make it once and then blow it up if you have to. So I'm not sneezing at a playoff appearance. But I don't believe as coaches they have the ceiling that Mark Jackson does. What do you think about that?
I don't think you could have put it better. I think you're absolutely 100% right. Like, I think Mike Brown, what I like about Mike Brown out of the group is that he's safe. Steve Clifford, to some extent, short term, is safe. Mark Jackson is more of a swing for the fences. And last offseason, I was preaching swing for the fences over and over and over again, but I was talking about that from a player personnel standpoint, from a on the court guy standpoint. My thing where I get hung up with Mark Jackson, and maybe you can help me talk through this, because I talked about Kyle with this, and Kyle had some great points as well. Like, Mark Jackson has not had a coaching job, not just head coach. He has not been an assistant coach, period. He's not been on a coaching staff for 8 years. He's been in the broadcast booth. And while I do believe people can absolutely change and maybe some of the criticisms that he gets for what happened with the front office and Golden State compared to how much that locker room supported him. Like, I think sometimes that gets a little overblown and maybe is unfair to him at times. But the Kings have had a revolving door of head coaches for 16 years. I think this is going to be, if you include Alvin Gentry, I think this is going to be head coach number 12 since Adelman was fired. That includes Ty Corbin and Alvin Gentry in there. Do you want to be the team to take a flyer on a guy, to give a guy like Mark Jackson a second chance when over the last 8 years he has interviewed for multiple different positions and all those teams have said, you know what, we're good? Like, do the Kings really think that they're in the right position at this point in time with the longest playoff drought in the history of the NBA to make that swing, to take that risk? I can't justify that, at least in my mind, but I think you're 100% right, Kenny, in saying if we're going off of ceilings, Jackson's is higher than the other two.
I'm trying to think. Did Mark Jackson interview when the Knicks hired Tom Thibodeau?
I don't,
because I'm trying to figure out like who are all these.
It was the coach before that. Whoever that was.
Okay.
Who was the coach before Thibs?
I'm just trying to figure out who like Mark Jackson is interviewed like with, and if you think Mark Jackson is the coach that turned things around for the King, if you think Mark Jackson is the coach that can turn things around for you, you hire him. Mm-hmm. Because all of the other stuff you should have already dealt with by now. We're too far along in the process for you to start asking, those questions. You should have asked those questions right out the gate. You should have sat down like an NFL GM would and be like, look, we don't even need to talk about basketball. We need to knock a couple of things out of the way. And if we can get this ironed out, then we can go on to an actual job interview. I think if you think he's the guy, you hire him. For me, my list is like Mike is at the top of my list, and then Mark is right below him, and that's my list.
Poor Steve.
Hey, I'm sure Steve Clifford is a wonderful human being, wonderful man. And I don't mean that that's just not the guy that I want for this job. I'd rather have Mike Brown more than any of them. And like, if you can convince me Mark Jackson is the guy, and Kenny, I think you've made a million valid points today. If everything else falls into line, cool. Like, let's do it. Like, we all like want the same thing. Mm-hmm. I'm just not going to compromise my desire for them to win with whatever issues he may have. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to compromise that. Mm-hmm. So that's just all I need. That's what I need addressed from Mark.
For sure.
You best believe the questions will be coming day one too. As soon as that introductory press conference, and that might be needed. Like, hey, here's the podium. Let's get this off the table. And the biggest thing working for Jackson, other than the success that he had with the Golden State Warriors, is the fact that despite all the drama attached to him during that time, he had that locker room support, and that team believed in him and they bought in. So they bought into what he was doing, and they bought in defensively, which is exactly what the Kings need to do. And I'd be very interested to see. I asked Kyle about this too on my podcast that's coming out a little bit later today. I'm very interested to see what Jackson could do with Fox and Sabonis, particularly De'Aaron Fox. Like, we know Fox, the talent that he has offensively, we know he can do defensively if he buys in. Does Mark Jackson come in with that mentality? Does he come in with that culture of, y'all need to give 110% on this end as well? How many times last season, guys, were we talking about, man, this team needs a Jimmy Butler, this team needs a Draymond Green, this team needs an enforcer? Kenny, you and I have talked before, like, you don't necessarily need that or expect that to be your head coach. A lot of times it's on the players, but if your head coach comes in and brings that attitude right away, hey, maybe that actually creates some change. So again, I can make arguments for all three, and I like a lot of the arguments for Mark Jackson. I'm still wary of the drama, but you're 100% right, D-Lo. That stuff gets addressed day one, and maybe it's handled day one and put aside.
Yeah.
But drama has not been we've had no shortage of drama over the last few years in regards to Kings coaches and Kings front office issues. So
hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's best for business. It's best for business, man.
Good for podcast content.
Good point. That's a good point. You know what? Hire Mark Jackson. Good point.
I'm trying to figure out like who Mark has interviewed with over the last 8 years. and I am like face planting into a number of articles that I haven't seen before. Like William asked earlier, would he hire Jeff? You think he would hire Jeff Van Gundy? There was an article written in 2020 that said he wanted to hire Jeff Van Gundy when he was with the Warriors. Now, obviously, it's much later now, and the money Jeff Van Gundy is making, and I mentioned Doris Burke earlier, the money that they're making, that ain't the money they're going to make as an assistant coach. Like, assistant coaches don't make what you might. The roles that they're in are more financially rewarding than being an assistant in the NBA. Stumbled across Andre Iguodala saying Mark Jackson has been blackballed. Oh, man, what an interesting figure.
I guess
like a dude who's coached 3 years, and I guess part of it is because he's been on TV. Like, he's whatever people's issue with is with Mark Jackson, it's obviously not bad enough for the NBA to go to its main media partner and say, hey, this is a problem. You've got to do a 2-man booth and you got to get Mark out of there.
I don't know if you guys heard it. I guess Steph Curry spoke on Mark Jackson recently on someone's podcast. I think it was Woj's podcast. Or is it Draymond's podcast?
Yeah.
So I haven't heard that yet, but people have been referencing that to me a lot too. So he still has Steph's support.
Steph Curry has been supporting Mark Jackson since the day he left. He said it numerous times, how much credit he gets for some of the things that he was able to do while he was the head coach there. And how he should continue to be a coach. Steph Curry's never wavered on that at all. As a matter of fact, and I've talked to Damian about this before, I remember specifically when Joe Lacob was running around talking to every reporter he can to justify why he was moving on from Mark Jackson and was taking, some would deem, unnecessary shots at him repeatedly. Steph Curry was the one that kind of, I think he said it in an interview or a tweet or something like that. But Steph Curry was the one like, hey, this needs to stop. Like, he's gone. You got what you wanted. You don't have him here, but you don't need to keep piling on this man. That's not what needs to happen here. And since that moment, Joe Lacob has stopped. But Steph Curry was the first one to be like, hey, man, you got to stop this. It's not cool. Like, it's not necessarily, I didn't feel the same way. We didn't feel the same way about him. You got your own reasonings for feel that way, but just leave it at that. You don't have to keep running his name through the mud.
I'm looking at another line here, and this is from this is Ryan Russillo on his podcast. He says, I have nothing personal against Mark Jackson. He's one of my favorite college players. But I think the most important part of all of this, when I listen to him on broadcast with Van Gundy, I think it hurts his chances of getting a job. Van Gundy mentions all of these little things that are smart and revealing. It happens multiple times every single broadcast. Jeff Van Gundy is easily the best NBA analyst right now. Mark doesn't do any of those things. And he goes on to say a lot more. He'll say that guy's a great storer. He's a great individual. I'll leave that right there.
Who said that?
This is Ryan Russillo.
Yeah, I thought that's who said that.
I don't think that's Mark's role there. I think that's Jeff's role, and Mark's playing his. Like, you don't have two guys that, like, if that's preventing Mark Jackson from getting a job, that's goofy. Because I don't think that's his job there. That's Jeff Van Gundy's job. That's what Jeff Van Gundy does. Mark adds a little seasoning here and there. Mike Breen handles the play-by-play. Jeff Van Gundy does a bulk of the analytical work or analysis, I should say. And Mark Jackson is there to provide almost like you got a coach's perspective and a player's perspective.
If it was that important, Doris Burke should have a head coaching job by now, right? Like, you would think so, because she's one of the best. I think she's the best analyst out there, but put her on a bench.
Well, watch her name closely if Mark gets the job.
Hey, now the two things that I think about with Mark, where a lot of people, like, I don't know. I don't want to say I don't listen to them, but it seems like it becomes more personal than giving a fair observation of the situation. When you're somebody like Ryan Russillo and he's talking that way about Mark Jackson, like, like a lot of people seem to talk about Mark Jackson like he's some kind of buffoon. Like he ain't never been around the game. This is one of the great point guards, assist-wise, that we've seen. He grew up in the game. We talk about Will Hardy and all these other guys playing under Popovich and all this other stuff. Look at the coaches Mark Jackson's played under. He's played under two of the greatest to ever do it, and Larry Brown, Jerry Sloan. He works hand in hand with a guy that people respect in Jeff Van Gundy. Like that's where they kind of miss me, where they kind of speak about Mark like he just don't know the game of basketball, and it just be beyond him to comprehend how the game is going today, and it's disingenuous, and it's not being fair to the whole situation, in my opinion. The other thing about that is, like I mentioned earlier with Joe Lacob, and he says, you couldn't get along with him. Nobody liked him. Well, that's not true. There are plenty of people that like Mark Jackson. There are plenty of people that like and respect Mark Jackson, the man and the basketball coach. So I don't know why we have to, not us, but just why people in general have to talk in so many crazy extremes when it comes to Mark Jackson. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying he's a good basketball mind. He's a good coach. There's a lot of drama that I don't know I want to deal with, and leave it at that. Like, we don't have to jump out the window and talk about nobody likes him. And, he don't know nothing about the new game about, like, come on, man. Like, I just don't understand it.
I think it's fair to ask, though. I think going so far as to say Mark doesn't know anything about or know anything about the new game of basketball, I think that's a bit silly. But I do think the question, and Matt, you brought this up when we started this conversation, I do think it's fair. And Kenny, we talked about it. I think it's fair to bring up, like, he hasn't coached in 8 years. He hasn't been, like, at all. Mm-hmm. Like, not a head coach. Like, he hasn't been a coach of any sort. He's been an analyst for the last 8 years, and that. To me, that obviously it's not that big of a deal. If he's one of the final three candidates, it's obviously not that big of a deal to the Sacramento Kings. But I think it's a fair question. I do think it's a fair question to ask.
But my question was always on the angle of not, hey, with him not being a coach for 8 years, he's lost touch on what the modern NBA basketball. Like, I don't believe that at all. I still think he's a very good basketball mind. To me, it's always been the off the court stuff. And my question has always been, why hasn't he gotten a job for the last 8 years when he does have the basketball side of things are actually on his side? And that, I guess that's where the holdup is to what you're saying. It sounds like the Kings don't necessarily care about. Certainly sounds like Vivek doesn't necessarily care about it. So, like, if you can get past the off court stuff, if you can believe that, and I know people change. I don't think who Mark Jackson was and the issues that he had are just going to completely go away. If the Kings hire Mark Jackson, I expect at some point in time to maybe hear a little thing or two. But if the Kings are winning basketball games, like Kenny said, that stuff goes away. That stuff doesn't matter because you hear clashes and you hear incidents with the Golden State Warriors currently. You hear stuff we saw DeMarcus Cousins fighting with somebody on the Denver Nuggets bench, arguing with somebody on the Denver Nuggets bench during a playoff game. That story was dead in 30 minutes because nobody cared anymore because the Nuggets are still a good basketball team. Like, that stuff goes away. So if Mark Jackson is the hire, I have my concerns. Those are going to be addressed in that introductory press conference. We're going to monitor them over the course of next season. If the Kings start the season 10-5, if the Kings are a 7th, 6th seed and in the playoffs, in an actual playoff series by the time it's said and done, none of this will matter.
Mark Jackson also said Klay Thompson and Steph Curry was going to be the greatest backcourt in NBA history, and everybody laughed at him.
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure that's it. That's the one. I don't know that there's been a better backcourt ever than those two, or ever will be. And I don't know what that means about Mark Jackson. Like we talk about, everyone remembers the line about, Steph Curry is ruining basketball. I think most people knew exactly what he meant by that.
Steph Curry knows exactly what he meant by that.
But plenty of people chose to, Mark is so stupid. Mark is the same guy who said this is you're looking at the greatest backcourt in NBA history. And he was universally laughed at. Mm-hmm. No one is laughing at that remark anymore. Mm-hmm. So whether we think he knows the current NBA or not, he certainly knew the Golden State Warriors. Mm. He certainly knew the direction of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, which you could argue is exactly what this current NBA is. So you've got that. I mean, he knows how to defend it because now there isn't just a Steph Curry. Now there's a Steph. I don't know if you guys have heard this. There's a Buddy Hield, and he's a flamethrower in Indiana. There's a Trae Young. You know what I mean? There's Dame Lillards. There's logo shooters all over the place. Like there are things that are a little bit different than when you last coached.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't know if he's seen a Sacramento Kings game in the last 8 years.
I wouldn't blame him.
Broadcasting one.
I was going to say he ain't had to call one. So
how did he get so lucky?
Okay, he works on national television, so he doesn't have to worry about seeing the Sacramento Kings. His agent had to remind him, no, Sacramento, no, they want to talk to you. They're still in the league. What do you mean?
Where's Sacramento? Where the hell is that?
So, yeah, Mark, I think he'd be a good basketball candidate. There obviously, I'm not breaking any news. There's negatives and potential negatives to hiring Mark Jackson. One of the things I think about as well as a potential negative is we hear about how he motivates guys and all this other stuff. That worked the first time around when you were brand new. Has so much gone on since that previous job where now you start that same type of motivational speak and people look at you like a clown. Like, it doesn't have the same effect. Like you telling me to do, like you guys mentioned earlier, you trying to tell me to do something and stay focused on my job. And here you are, having run-ins with the front office or, whatever you're doing in your personal life. So the things that really get highlighted about his time with the Warriors, as far as motivating guys and instilling confidence, so much has gone on in that time. It could have I don't want to say a negative effect, but no effect at all because of everything that we've known about him since then. That's also something that you got to think about as well and not think that it's just going to carry over because that's just who he is.
I guess the last thing that I'll say on Mark Jackson is regardless, like I will always have my concerns with what happened with Jackson off the court, especially if he were to become the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And Monte McNair would be catching some heat had Stein's tweet said he's impressed Monte McNair and has his best chance. I am still, like we talked about at the very beginning, still struggling to see Vivek's name there and not McNair's name there. I would be feeling a whole hell of a lot better today about a Mark Jackson hire if it was Monte McNair is impressed with Jackson. And that may be the case. I just wish it was reported that way instead of the way that it was with Vivek's name in there. That's my thing. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Well, I know who you want it to be. I think by the next time we talk to you, we'll know. Who do you think it's going to be?
All the narratives in my brain say it's going to be Mark Jackson, but I think it's a two-man race. Like you said, I don't think I think Clifford's a finalist. I would be shocked if Clifford got the job. I honestly would be shocked if Clifford got the job. I think it's a two-man race.
I'm checking the YouTube poll results for the first time. And the question obviously is who do you want to be the next Kings head coach? 69% say Mike Brown. 24% say Mark Jackson. Sacramento is not feeling Steve Clifford at all.
Oh, come on, Steve.
Just not.
Does he have a percentage at all? I can't even do the math. What was it? 1%?
7% for Steve Clifford.
Hey, let Mark Jackson, or I'm sorry, let Mike Brown get the job and bring Steve with him as a lead assistant. Let's do that.
That's too much defense. Let's hire Mike Brown.
No scoring.
Let's get I don't know who an offensive mind is out there. Shoot. You talk about guys never getting a job. What the hell is Elston Turner doing right now? Bring him back here to work with Mike Brown. He knows how to run an offense. You talk about guys, people, kids these days talk about Sam Cassell and Elston Turner never got a head job anywhere. Man, that's crazy to me.
Hey, man.
He's a cool dude. I miss
him.
Oh,
he's the best.
Courtside talks with Elston Turner before games, man. Nothing better.
He's the absolute best. Bring him back. Mike Brown, Elston Turner. I'm all for it. I just thought of that right now. Let's do that.
Poor Steve.
No, Steve will be fine. Steve can go. he can go consult sideline Steve in Brooklyn, and he'll be fine.
Sideline Steve. Oh boy, Coach Bud. He showed sideline Steve how to coach this weekend.
Man,
other ways to get your guy going. Oh, I didn't know. Other ways are some good looks. I didn't know. There's just this suffocating Boston Celtics defense.
All right, all right.
It's just we don't know what to do. No, okay, Coach Bud at that end.
By the way, can we? We haven't talked about them all day. Can we give credit to the Bucks defense?
Oh yeah,
man, that Bucks defense, like they look like the Celtics defense out there. They was trying to.
They made Jaylen Brown look silly, and I love Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown looked lost,
and I think that's the last time they're going to do that. But Ime Udoka's he's in for a fight. They've got some things that they got to work on their end. Matt George, new podcast drops later on today. Locked on Kings podcast. Matt, we appreciate you as always, my friend. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. Nice job, Matt.
Oh, always a pleasure.
Yeah, man. Good job. Running along with with your homies.
Always.
Yeah, I got to get up. I'll be right back. Good.
See you, D-Lo.
I'll do a 13th round tomorrow. No 13th round today.
All right, Casey, I'm going to dip. It's good to see you, man.
All right, good seeing you.
Talk to you.
All right, man. Matter of fact, let's just do it now. Oh, my gosh. What? All right, let's remove. Oh no, I'm all potted up. So yeah, never mind. I did not. I gotta watch it. I heard it was great though. I know what happened, but let me come off of here. Jesse, when are we coming back? I got time for a quick 13th round. Oh, you can't hear him. Well, let's do it and see what happens. Let's do it and see what happens real quick. Hold on 1 second. Time again. Race against time. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Hey, man, the big one that everybody was talking about, well, at least one of the big ones that everybody was talking about between Shakur Stevenson and Oscar Valdez went down exactly like I thought it would. Shakur with a master class, a master beatdown of Oscar Valdez. Look, man, I've said it before. I wasn't that big on Shakur Stevenson when, people were really hyping him up, the Tim Bradleys and Andre Ward was really hyping him up about 3-4 years ago. I was like, I got to see it from this dude. But, man, I'm doing a 180. This guy's the real deal. He's the real deal. He is one of the great prospects in the game today. Beating the hell out of Oscar Valdez like I knew he would. That was impressive. I will say this about that fight. He wasn't able to stop Oscar Valdez. And one thing I'm worried about, Shakur moving forward is the power. The power to get somebody if he matches up with a guy like Tank. Does he have enough power to get Tank off of him so Tank doesn't land his shots on him? I mean, I think he'll grow into it. He's still a young dude. But other than that, I mean, just a phenomenal performance. Beat down Oscar Valdez in that matchup. And, man, I'd like to see him. You talking about he want to unify 130. That's cool. He's still young. He can do all that. But, man, I'm ready for him to go to 135. We'll mess with those big boys up there and get some mega fights, man. So shout out to Shakur Stevenson. Masterful performance. And can't wait to see where he's going next, man. That's the 13th round. Like, why are we like that?
Oh man. Good stuff from Matt.
Yeah, man. It was beat down city. Beat down city. Oscar Valdez. That's not a good matchup for him.
You want to switch back over, KC? You're going to stay there? KC. Can KC not hear me?
I ran into Kirby. I'm trying to think.
Hey.
I ran into Kirby.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Oh. I didn't realize I was still potted down.
Are you going to switch back or are you just going to stay there the rest of the show?
I'll stay here.
Okay. I was like, we're coming back. Odyssey app is a great way to listen to D-Lo and KC. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live. That's a great way to watch D-Lo and KC. Of course, we're brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm not sure if any of these three candidates are going to have any Kings fans popping some Luke Belaire, though.
I don't think any of them will.
Some of them you might be down in some irresponsible doses of McQueen if it's the wrong head coach. But I don't know that any of these three is like, yo, I'm gonna pop a bottle of Luke Belaire tonight. I don't know that they picked the three. I mean, I'm sorry to do this. At least Mike D'Antoni didn't make it. Like that wasn't the look.
Or Steve Clifford, now Mike D'Antoni.
Come on, man. We know Mike D'Antoni wasn't the look. We know that. How do you feel looking at that list if you're Mike D'Antoni being I'm the only old guy that didn't make it?
I'm done.
They got me, eliminated me like I'm a 33-year-old. What is this? Yeah, like Mike D'Antoni wasn't a look, but I thought we'd get a mix of young and old, right? I thought there'd be I thought for sure Mike Brown would be a finalist. Steve Clifford, I wasn't sure about. Mark Jackson, I really wasn't sure until James, I think this is happening. And I thought as much as I talked about Will Hardy, I thought the other one was going to be Darvin Ham.
Yeah,
who very well might be the next coach of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, that too. I thought for sure, like you just mentioned, one of the younger guys, just one. I don't know which one. Thought maybe Hardy, but one of them would reach the final round. But I mean, essentially, aside from Mike D'Antoni, those are the only ones that got eliminated. They narrowed in on the retreads, as some would like to call them. I don't know, man. You know how I am. I don't think there's anybody that would have got me excited, young or old.
Because you hate coaches.
Let's get in here and win games. There's nothing to get There's nothing to get excited about with the hiring. Just get excited when the W's come. That's all that matters.
So get excited when the W's come, no matter who the head coach is.
Yeah, for me.
Even if it's Mark Jackson.
Even if it's Mark Jackson, he has some work to do. I'm not gonna act like he doesn't. But if it's Mark Jackson and he does the work that he's supposed to do, absolutely, I'll be excited if he brings the W's. Again,
I know he has a high profile position. It's still just so amazing that dude was a coach 3 years. Like he's like all of these years, the Ryan Russillo quote that I just read from his podcast or his radio show, all of that.
Yeah.
It's 3 years. Dude was a head coach for 3 years. And that's it. How much of this stigma around Mark Jackson do you think is amplified by what the Warriors did after?
A lot of it, man. It's part of the story. It's part of the dialogue around him. It's part of the aura to having him as a head coach, So if he would have just been released and the Warriors made the conference final, like they could have been better, but they didn't go on to win 3 or 5 or nothing like that. Maybe even if they won one, like maybe 2 or 3 years later, I still think it'd be different for Mark Jackson. It would be, he laid the groundwork, and then Steve Kerr had to come in after a couple years and do what he did. But the fact that it happened so immediately, that adds to it. And then, to use a wrestling term, there was real heat between Jackson and the Warriors. It wasn't parting ways mutually or anything like that. It was
as Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels stuff.
Yeah, there was venom
Mark screwed Mark.
Mark screwed Mark, as Joe Lacob with a black eye says right there today.
Yeah.
Bret Hart punched him, gave him a black eye. Bret, and then
the Golden State screw job.
And then the video of Vince McMahon leaving the locker room after he just got punched is hilarious.
Just all hobbled. Yeah.
Hobbled. Joe Lacob hobbled.
Oh, man. Mark Jackson. God bless it. Imagine if Mark Jackson wasn't in this conversation and it was Steve Clifford, Mike Brown. Oh my God! Like I don't even know what we'd be doing.
Boring.
We talking for 2 hours about Mike D'Antoni.
Hey man,
we talking for 2 hours about Will Hardy or
10th inning here with Kenny Caraway. Giants over the weekend. We definitely be getting to the 10th inning and all that other stuff. Boring.
Oh, this talk is.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Monty. Thanks, Vivek.
Warriors did get themselves a win over the weekend.
They did. That was a great game, man.
Yeah, that was something. That was something. Draymond's a jackass. I don't know that if anybody needed to be reminded of that, but Draymond is absolutely a jackass. His reaction is him running around like I don't know any other way to say it. He's so played out. His antics are. He runs to the hotel room to record his podcast. Like his thirst right now to be liked by the media is that's gross.
A word too. The thirst of Draymond Green. It's ridiculous. First of all, let's talk about what happened. I mean, I'm watching the game. I didn't think he would get thrown out. I wasn't even like calling for it or whatever the case may be. I was surprised that it was more than a flagrant one. But the amount of people who are like disgusted that he got thrown out or the officials are incompetent. I'm not sure what you guys are looking at. I mean, let's just go through it. He smacks the hell out of Brandon Clark in the face. That happened. Then Brandon Clark tries to fight through it, goes up for the shot. This guy yanks him out of midair by his jersey.
Yeah. I didn't get it either. I didn't get people's reaction to it.
Well, you know why though? It's because it's okay because he tried to lessen the fall.
The fall that he created, he tried to lessen. He made no play for the basketball and pulled the dude down by his jersey. What the hell are we even talking about? This is soft. Really? The rule is you got to make a play for the ball. He pulled the dude down by his jersey and you're questioning it?
Yeah, he lessened the fall. He tried to lessen the fall. He tried to lessen the fall. And luckily nothing happened.
And as much as
dangerous play,
as much as Draymond tried to convince the NBA to overturn his call on his stupid little podcast, the NBA did not.
No,
it's still a flagrant.
No, bro, I don't even got to say for going by the letter of the law, bro. That was excessive and unnecessary. Like he could have broken his wrist. He could have smashed his face on the floor by the way he was yanked down to the ground. That was a crazy play. Like that was crazy. Once again, if they would have gave him a flagrant one, I would have been like, all right, cool, flagrant one. Like I wasn't tripping. I wasn't asking for him to get thrown out. But I'm just really baffled how everybody is like, oh, he only pulled down his jersey. NBA soft. What?
I don't know why his stupid ass behavior gets excused so often. I don't know if it's because the Warriors win or because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson say nice things about Draymond. I don't get it. Like his behavior is just so tiring and played out.
And then, Draymond's officiated differently. And, if it was somebody else, they wouldn't have been thrown out. Well, you know what? If it was somebody else, they wouldn't have done that. How about that?
Well, and think about that.
Always find Draymond. Do you think it's a coincidence that these things always find Draymond? No, he's the one doing them. It's craziness.
It's not craziness. It's stupidity.
That too.
It's stupidity. But good luck leaving him out of the Hall of Fame if he doesn't get thrown out of game one of the. That dude is thirsty, man. He is so thirsty. Kenny asked, like,
talking to me like that in the press conference.
And I told you why. He's trying to chummy up to all the little media people, so he gets voted into the Hall of Fame. His camp is on an active campaign to make sure he gets into the Hall of Fame.
Is that Rich? Is that Rich Paul?
Yeah, he's a clutch guy.
Yeah.
Yep. He's a clutch guy.
Isn't Mark Jackson a clutch guy?
I don't know.
I heard that. I don't know. I feel like
I don't know. We will look into that right now, though. Oh, clutch cannabis. Kenny knows all about that stuff this weekend. That's not what I was looking for. I'm trying to find the other clutch. You know what? Give me a minute. We'll step out. We'll come back. I'll find this. And I'll answer Kenny's question. Plus, an interesting note from Sam Amick's article in The Athletic regarding Joe Dumars. We'll have that for you. James Ham joins us. A lot more ahead as we talk Kings basketball here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
I'll be back.
Run that back again, Jesse. Okay. Yeah, like I can't access their website. Clutch Sports Media Group. I know they. Let's see. Oh, that's still oh, come on, man. Gosh, no, I have it. Hold on. Well, let me. Okay, I had deleted it off my screen because I didn't think I needed it, but I got it. I'll do it right out the gate. Jesus. Charlie, you're killing me. You are killing me. Can you hit the thumbs up, please? Shout out Dave Garcia. Hi, Kevin. Tyler, that type of shit gets you blocked. So you can clean that up or you can get blocked because, yeah, I don't ride with that shit at all. Yeah, I mean, there's time for it. Yeah, the thing we are going to skip, though, is the draft. We'll get to the draft tomorrow. There's just no point in leaving the Kings. We'll, yeah, I guess we could talk a little bit about it right here. Co. Yes. Absolutely. Definitely. Oh, geez. Who's left to cut, for goodness sakes? Who's left? Ain't got nobody left to cut. I'll have a start date on this for you soon, by the way. My podcast guy was away last week, so podcast guy is Danny in San Francisco. Oh, Deuce just sent me something. He always sends me good stuff. Okay. Yeah. No, Deuce, it's good. That's you always got to send me that stuff because you know I don't see it. Yes, DaveGarciaDesigns.com. This commercial break is brought to you by DaveGarciaDesigns.com. The incoming text message from Deuce Mason is brought to you by DaveGarciaDesigns.com. No, we don't. I assure you, we do not need that. We do not need that at all. It's yeah. Huh? Yeah, go ahead. Yep. That's exactly what it was. Because he knows I don't see that shit, so he'll send it to me and he'll know I'll get a laugh out of it. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't know what to say. I think he's fake. I think he's phony. I think the crazy part is everyone. I guess he's a great dude. I just think this whole persona is fake, and it's so tiring. Like he's not enjoyable to me at all. I do not like him. And I it's weird to me, and maybe this is a Clutch thing, and I couldn't verify if Draymond is Clutch. Maybe it's a Clutch thing that he's got all of these guys kind of carrying his water for him right now, and that's wild to me. Go ahead, Cole. You could be the one who leads us into it. Oh, that's right. Shoot. Yeah, Cole. Never mind, Cole. Because never mind, Cole. We're running something different today. Here we go. You've got a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park, October 15th and 16th. You can enter now on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. This from Sam Amick of The Athletic. Sam Amick, who is not allowed to appear on this program. He wrote about Joe Dumars and a highlighted line from our man Jesse here. Dumars' contract was expiring, and I'm told he wanted more direct control over the front office if he was going to return. In Dumars' desired structure, McNair would have reported to him rather than Ronadive. Ronadive didn't share an interest in that sort of setup, and now Dumars has opted for this prominent role with the league.
Your thoughts?
I don't know what to think about that.
I asked you.
I don't know what to think about that. Is that, dare I say, yay Vivek? Or is it boo Vivek? Do we want Joe Dumars to have the ultimate control?
I don't know.
Or do you want Vivek? But now that I say it again, it sounds weird.
Well,
I don't know.
At the top of my head, if I'm Vivek and I have Monty as my general manager and all this other head of basketball ops, whatever he is, he don't need to be reporting to anybody but me.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nobody in between us. It's head of basketball ops, Vivek Ronadive. We don't need no Joe Dumars, then Vivek. No, bro. He's handling the basketball stuff. If I need to be brought in, then I'm brought in. We don't need another layer to this whole thing. So
we don't need an upper management middleman, is what we're saying.
Not at all, man. So yay, Vivek?
I think so. I don't think you're allowed to say that, though.
You know what he did, though? You know what he did? Vivek, Joe Dumars was in there, and he's trying to take control, trying to create his own little position. And I don't know who it was. Maybe it was his daughter, or somebody got in there and they said, Vivek,
y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up.
I don't know.
Stand up.
I don't know.
He did.
Deuce just shared something with me that Vivek might, in fact, be the Sacramento Kings' biggest rival. So,
oh my,
I don't know. Apologies to Alvin Gentry as Sam continued to write. A source with knowledge of the situation said it does not appear Dumars' role will be filled. So, sorry, Alvin. I guess we're just going to find another front office position for you that we're never, ever, 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 ever going to talk about again.
Sorry.
We're just gonna have Woj tweet it and never bring it up.
Sorry, Alvin. You're gonna be one of the new people that sit in the elevator and press the button to get you from one section to the next.
Oh no, Alvin, you working for that money? You
gotta pay this off somehow. Nothing is free in this life.
We're gonna have Vlade out here doing meet and greets. Luke Walton's gonna take tickets. We ain't wasting these resources no more.
Alvin Gentry, main concourse or suite level?
Jesse said they're going to put Alvin in the closet like they did Ryan on The Office.
Oh, no. Oh, man, I don't get that one.
No, you don't. It's like 8 seasons down the line, but you'll get there, buddy. You almost made it through episode 4. You're doing good.
Almost. I'm watching tonight.
Okay.
I'm watching tonight. Giants don't play 2 basketball games. I'm in there. Although I'm going to record. I'm going to go dark. I'm going to record the games and watch them. But, I'm going to still get to The Office. See the final 17 minutes of the show.
Okay. That's good stuff right there. James joining us in just a couple of minutes. 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. He's been all over this from jump. With the 3 candidates that we have, and I think this is actually amazingly 3 hours into the show, one aspect we haven't covered yet.
We in this we're like, I think we could try and get an hour out of this. I think. Be creative, everyone. See if we can get an hour out of this.
Is this the cautious approach?
The not getting a new guy? Or
yeah.
You can say that. You can say that because I think they don't want to mess around with any growing pains, it seems like. They want a guy and Chiron, I guess. Or it wasn't Chiron. It was who blamed me again?
Oh no, it was just some guy on Twitter. Kamara sent it to me. He sent me a screenshot of someone who blamed Kenny Caraway for the fact that
I didn't even see this.
And it did well because he didn't tag you. Like it literally says Kenny Caraway. It's spelled out that way. Let me find the. I know Kamara sent it to me. Good Lord, there were some conversations being had in this text thread. Lord, where is that? Yeah, it's
why you look for it. Like I said, though, this is not. It's very clear the Kings are looking to make the playoffs next year. There is no buffer period. There is no growing pains or anything like that. They're coming out the gates hot, as they should. Mm-hmm. As they should. I don't care if it's Brown, Clifford, or Jackson. No, it's time to go to work.
Sounds like a law firm. Brown, Clifford, and Jackson. My kind of law firm, but it's a law firm nonetheless.
What's the one that used to come on Channel 31? Was that Jacoby and Myers? It would always be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jacoby. I think they still around. Well, shout out to Jacoby and Myers. I don't know if they're still around.
I don't know either. I just don't watch 31 anymore. Although when I do, it's usually Two Broke Girls or Blackish that's on Channel 31. CW 30.
And Blackish reruns.
Yeah, the kids look so young.
They do. It's weird. This was actually in a response to our good friend John Bull, who tweeted, in moments like this, let's not forget the poor season ticket reps who are the ones who actually have to deal with the backlash from all of this. And Tom Van Nine said, I blame Kenny Caraway for all of this. Him saying 17 years can't happen got Monty looking for experienced coaches. So you heard him. This is Kenny Caraway's fault.
Oh, man. Well, just give me – hey, what's the name? Tom Van Nuys? Rob RVD? I don't know.
Something like that.
Hey, just make sure you give me the credit when we pop in Luke Belair down J Street after we get into the playing game. We hadn't even won it yet. We just getting into the playing game.
Just getting in. Wait, reading John's tweet here about let's not forget the poor season ticket reps. You could have Luke be a season ticket rep. That's what he could do for the last year of his contract.
Yeah,
call and convince fans to re-up their season tickets.
Yeah, he absolutely could. Oh, what are you? No, I don't do a good Luke. Try to. Luke got a deep voice.
He does.
He's got a certain draw. It's not a Southern draw, obviously, but a certain.
He's got a pothead cadence.
Well, maybe so.
Right, like he's got that slow delivery.
Yeah.
Not suggesting he is. I mean, we know enough about his family, but I'm just saying. I feel like that's.
What was?
I always thought he had a great sound when when he talked. He was never saying anything of substance, but he sounded good when he was doing it, though.
Yeah. Sometimes you let him, he'd get loose and he'd be like, our classics, our favorites. I don't know if what I'm doing works.
Yeah. They're not doing it. Well, this according to Jesse now. Vivek and KC are the Kings' biggest rivals. Chris says here on YouTube.
I didn't get that text. I don't know nothing about the rival. I don't know nothing about that.
Kings hiring Larry Brown for immediate results for KC.
Do it.
Oh, man.
I need results now. Bro, 17 can't happen. 17 can't happen.
This is all your fault.
I'm not going another postseason with this type of embarrassment. Not doing it.
Well, there is a downside to being in the postseason. You could be what happened to the Boston Celtics yesterday.
Well, lost one game. Best player in the world did what he did.
Oh my God,
Best player in the world did what he did. And like I said, Steve Nash and Kevin Durant are looking a little funny in the light.
Oh, Kevin Durant. Do tell. James going to join us here in just a second, but I need to hear this.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Giannis didn't have no problem. Giannis against this defense. It's just, it's just too much. Like it's just too much. What do you do with it? I don't know. Giannis was like, let me throw this thing off the backboard and bang on somebody's head real quick.
Yeah, they're in the the Celtics defense wasn't bad yesterday at all. The Bucks defense was really good, and what ultimately just destroyed the Celtics. 18 turnovers. It's not the end of the world when you figure Boston had 14. Or flip that around. Boston had 18. No, it's not that much when we realize Milwaukee had 14. 27 points off those 18 turnovers.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Those were the Bucks were like, oh, your defense is cute. We'll show you. Let's show you a little something.
The great thing about this series, though, is both teams can win at any place. So,
yeah,
Boston can come back and win game 2, win game 3. They're up 2-1.
And we'll welcome in 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, our man James Ham. Man, you told us from jump. You gave us a pretty strong indication on Friday. You said, yeah, Mark Jackson's got a real shot at this thing. And here we are a couple of days later. It's Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, and Steve Clifford. I'll ask you the question I just asked Kenny. Are the Kings being cautious? Is this a cautious approach by the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen at least one of the inexperienced coaches been on the final list. Mm-hmm. Like, let one of those guys interview, see if they've got something, see if they can capture your imagination. But, the list itself, it's the list of 7 I thought was really intriguing. It had a little bit of something for everyone, and if you broke the 7 up, you could kind of take away 3 and take away 3, and you ended up with Mike Brown in the middle. He's the guy that makes a lot of sense. He still makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think this is a somewhat cautious approach. It's a defensive-minded approach for sure. So that is something that, in my conversations with people inside the walls, the goal here is to get a steady veteran hand that has a track record as a defensive, genius. And to be honest, I think all 3 of these guys can coach defense. Steve Kerr has even, talked about how Mark Jackson really had instilled defensive principles with the Golden State Warriors before he took over that team. And that made his transition to being an offensive genius much easier because they already had some defensive principles in there. But I think if nothing else, this is a moment where everyone should just take a deep breath, calm down. Don't freak out over every story that comes out, and let the process play out.
No.
In your opinion, James, do you think did they go into this process thinking we're not going with one of these young guys? Like, we'll interview them, we'll do our due diligence. But unless somebody really just blows the door off this interview, we're going with an experienced guy, or did they have an open mind the entire time, and this is just what they came up with at the end?
Yeah, I think it's probably both of those. I think you're probably right. I think that this is a process that at the end of the day, they were going to look at, all kinds of different options here, right? And they needed to kick the tires on, especially these young guys, especially with the success that young guys are having. But at the end, you're also looking at a team that just really hasn't been able to sort of build something. And veteran guys, they've been there. They know what to do. They know how to handle some of these situations. And I think that they learned a lot even from having Alvin Gentry, Alvin Gentry this last year. Like, that steady hand doesn't let the wheels completely fall off the bus. This wasn't a good season. It could have been much, much worse. Could have been much worse. And that's because Alvin Gentry stepped in and just ushered them through the year. And so this thing didn't completely implode, even if the record wasn't good, even if they had a bunch of struggles early in the year. So I think that is one of those things you learn from. Like, if they were going to go with a young coach, they better be able to land one of these veteran coaches as their number two. And I think the easier path is to find somebody who has been there before.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers. Elk Grove Dodge, 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here as the Sacramento Kings have narrowed their coaching search down to Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, and Steve Clifford. Mark Jackson is obviously an incredibly polarizing topic, and for a franchise that had DeMarcus Cousins, why not? Like, we've lived through polarizing topics before. I like Mike Brown a lot, but the one that I feel like everyone is like, on is Steve Clifford. Give me some positives on Steve Clifford.
Well, first of all, he's an incredible defensive coach. Incredible. Like, he worked through the Van Gundy systems. He coached
both
under
of them.
Both Jeff and Stan Van Gundy. And every team, almost every single team he's ever coached or been a part of, improves defensively and has rates really, really high. I think he has, as a head coach, he has one season outside of the top 14 in defensive rating, and most seasons it's top 8. He is a very, very good defensive coach. Now, as far as the rest of it, the offense can leave something to be desired, but you have two really good offensive players, and you might be able to get the offense up to speed. You could also bring in an offensive-minded coach to help you in that area, but I think it's about defensive principles. It's about defending without having to have a natural shot blocker on the court the whole time. It's about understanding your rotations and understanding, what is it? KYP, know your personnel, right? All of those things. So at the end of the day, is he my first choice? Probably not. But he also he is my number 2 choice for sure on this list.
Okay. Wait. Oh, Mark Jackson. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll get to Mark. We're going to need some time from Mark. Go ahead.
With Steve Clifford, do you feel like, because we kind of went over it a little bit earlier in the show, but just the playoffs that he made in a weak Eastern Conference, I don't want to take it away from him, but I guess I'm kind of taking it away from him. He didn't have a whole lot on those rosters. I'll granted give him that, but I mean the success, you gotta tell the whole story. Like Doc Rivers always asks.
I wish you guys would tell the whole story.
And I feel like that is where Clifford's ceiling is. It's like maybe get you into the playoffs, you lose in 5, and that's really about it. Like I don't look at him as somebody that can guide you for the next 5-6 seasons.
Okay. Yeah, So here's the problem that I have with that thought. When I look at Mike Brown, I can tell you that he had, in almost every season he coached in Cleveland, he had LeBron James on his roster. He also had Kyrie Irving the one time that he did not have LeBron James. He also had Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, named that Laker, right, when he was coach of the Lakers. And when I look at Mark Jackson, 3 of his guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame. And he played a role in helping to develop Steph and Clay and Draymond. But at the same time, like, he coached really, really high-level basketball players. I don't think there's a single Hall of Famer on any coach, on any team that Steve Clifford ever coached. He's never had the all-star level guys. Maybe you can say Kemba Walker was an all-star level guy, but still he helped create him into an all-star level guy. In the right setting, he was an all-star level guy, but not someone who is just going to make the all-star team because he's one of the top, 15 players in the league.
Right.
So look, you have to always, like, there is a whole story when it comes to guys, when it comes to coaches. And, you have your system guys, you have your guys who create all-stars, you have your guys who, are really good at managing superstar personalities. I think you're looking at a list with kind of a few of different approaches. And, again, Mark Jackson had young superstars before they were really who they were. He still had David Lee, who was a really good player and stuff like that when he was with the Lakers. But, like, I always want to, like, slow people down and say, okay, well, what would Steve Clifford have done if he was on this team? Do we know that he wouldn't have taken a team and been great? Could he have taken that Cleveland team that was really, really good defensively, but had LeBron James that could score a bucket anytime you needed one? Could he have taken that team to the championship? I don't know. So there's always that element of what if. So I want to be, like, fair to guys, which is why, I have him as my second-rated coach. He comes in with very little baggage. He is sort of a, to be honest with you, he's exactly what Vivek said he didn't want. He is a Sousa marching band leader. That's what he is. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I thought the statement when he originally said it was ridiculously short-sighted. And he wanted, a jazz conductor. I get it. It sounds cool, but, like, functionally, it doesn't always lead to wins, which is why the Kings lose every year. They don't have the structure in place a lot of the time. They're looking for the wrong type of guy, and they had the right guy, and they let him go. So I don't want to totally blank him out of this conversation because I do think he's a good coach. I think he's made the playoffs in 4 of his 8 seasons as a head coach in the NBA and did it with not a whole lot of talent. The best season he had was 48 wins. That's not going to cut it in the Western Conference. But I could also argue that he never once had a big man as good as Sabonis. I could argue that, again, his one guy that he did have is probably equal to or slightly less than what De'Aaron Fox will be in his prime, and Kemba Walker. And so, again, I want to be fair to guys and that just be balanced when you're looking at these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Mark Jackson at the bottom of your list?
Number one, without any question, he's by far not even remotely close. He's the least qualified coach. He's never worked as an assistant. Again, like, if you look at Steve Clifford and you look at Mike Brown, both of them have 8 years of head coaching experience. Both of them have 13 seasons as assistant coaches. Both of them. Mark Jackson has nothing. Like, he hasn't coached in the league in 8 years. This is like what you've mentioned. It's almost like a John Gruden thing, but it's not even. John Gruden thing would be more like if Jeff Van Gundy wanted to come out of retirement, because at least John Gruden had coached at a high level for quite a bit of time before he left and went to the booth. This is just different. And, it's the X's and O's are one thing. He did lead a horrible, horrible Warriors franchise that had missed the playoffs and went like 17 out of 18 seasons they had missed the playoffs. And He started with like their 29th in defense, helped them improve in year 2 to a top 10 defense, helped them improve greatly in year 3 to a big time defense. Again, he had guys like Michael Malone and people who, like, it's not hindsight with Michael Malone. Michael Malone was one of the best lead assistants in basketball. He's also like, at that point he had been an assistant for a long time, and he's also the son of Brendan Malone, who is one of the great defensive coaches in the history of the game. Right? He's the guy with the Detroit Pistons. He's Chuck Daly's right-hand man. So, like, I don't want to take away everything that he accomplished in Golden State, but he was flat out run out of town after putting up 51 wins. Run out of town. And you can say it a bunch of different ways if you want, but just look at how it played out. And it was not pretty. And it wasn't pretty for a long time. And he never went back and kept coaching. You know, we talked about this before, that a guy like Mike Brown has been on the staff of Steve Kerr for the last 6 years. He didn't have the offensive chops, if you will, to be creative on the offensive end. And he was just known as a defensive coach. Well, he just went and worked for the best offense in basketball for the last 6 years. You know, that's a lot. He's done the work, and that's what it comes to with Mark Jackson. A lot of guys just want to be a head coach. That's fine. But like, he got his opportunity, and it was more about the other stuff that he couldn't do, that he couldn't control, that lost him that job, that spun out of control behind the scenes. And a lot of that's because he didn't have the experience. And then he still doesn't have the experience. So I would like to, be fair with him, and that's without even looking at all of the off-court stuff. Mm-hmm. When you start bringing that stuff in, now you're talking about baggage. You're talking about more and more baggage. So again, I want to be fair in this whole thing. And I want to tell you that, Mark Jackson did really well defensively with a really good defensive coach next to him. Just like, Stan Van Gundy and Jeff Van Gundy, were really, really good defensive coaches, and Steve Clifford was right alongside him learning the whole time. But like, there's too many red flags in my book, and he could be the head coach, and I'll have to figure out how to rectify that down the road. That's the way it goes. But I really do believe that, like, some people, like, when they get their opportunity and they take advantage of it, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. But, and I think to a certain degree, he did take advantage of his opportunity. But then when you have a setback, you don't just go away from the game for 8 years and not do anything to better yourself and then expect to get the same opportunity again. At least that's not the way it typically works. And so, he's really low on my list because he has almost zero at this point, zero experience. Like, any experience he had was 8 years ago. Any experience he had as a player was like 18 years ago. I mean, it's years. We're talking almost 2 decades. Mm-hmm. And so if you want to be in the game, you got to keep up. The game has changed so much from when Mike Brown was first to coach to where it is now. It's just completely changed. I mean, again, we talked about this once before. Peja Stojakovic retired at the 2011 season. He retired. He was 3rd all-time in three-point makes. He's now like 24th. The game has completely changed. And while Mark Jackson has watched the game change, so have we. You and I have watched the game change as well. But that doesn't mean that we're in it coaching it and learning and seeing the differences. And like, there's all kinds of ways you could see this thing going wrong. And that's just on the X's and O's side.
Yeah, it's great points for sure. When you talk about the basketball aspects of Mark Jackson and him trying to get back into coaching. What I'll ask your opinion for, James, is it seems as though the opinions of others like Joe Lacob and anonymous sources, they tend to weigh heavier on how Mark Jackson was as a coach in his time in Golden State than that of the players that played for him. Guys like Steph Curry, guys like Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, Jared Jack, who vouch for him repeatedly on the record. This isn't, oh, I heard Steph. No, they get in front of the camera. They say it with their chest every time. And it seems as though their experience with Mark Jackson doesn't get held in the same regard as Joe Lacob's and the people that say off the record the things that went on with Mark. Why do you think that is?
Well, first up, I would tell you that if you're a head coach and you can't get along with your stars, you're in a bunch of trouble. So your relationship with star level players is always going to be different. It's always going to be high level because they're your stars. And if you lose them, you lose everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But where is the Festus Ezeli conversation? Where is a player that he literally lied to his team and said that Festus Ezeli wants you to fail because it would make him look better because he got injured and you guys won't be as good without him? And then the whole team turns on Festus Ezeli and he's like, wait a sec, what happened? Like, I didn't say any of that. Like it's not how your stars think of you. And we can all think, that Steph and Draymond, they all have a strong opinion of him, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not really who should matter. It's the other 12 guys on the roster that you have to treat in a specific way. And that, I think a lot of those voices would be different. Are they out there? Do they have a platform to say this about him? Probably not at this point. But, some of the guys that are no longer in the league, some of the guys that didn't find the same success, they're going to have a different view of him. Like every star player has, you have to get along with those guys. That's the job. It's to win over the stars and then have everyone else fall into place. So, I would like to take their Steph's opinion at face value. And I do. I believe his experience with Mark was great. But I also think that we know that there were other players that did not feel the same way. There were assistants that didn't feel that way. There were a lot of employees that didn't feel that way. And that's where you have to balance out, it's not whose opinion matters more. It's that there's usually two sides to every story. And so I'd also say this, look, the reporting that's been done on him, it's not again, you can see the tweet thread, right? The tweet thread is one thing that some guy went out and tweeted this whole thing out when he was up for the Knicks job. Every single one of the actual stories themselves, except for maybe one, comes with the actual reported story. And these are by trusted voices. They're not some crazy fly-by-night people. We're talking about Marcus Thompson. We're talking about, some Zach Lowe. We're talking about really good reporters who did the work. And when I watched, I do a lot of research to when I go through this. And shout out to Brendan Nunez, who brings me all kinds of crazy stuff and says, hey, read this. I'm like, okay, or watch this. I watched him on with Shannon Sharp. And again, Shannon Sharp's show is a little bit like the machismo guys, sitting there talking guy stuff. And so I think that there is a persona that is portrayed on that show. But when he was asked about this specifically, it wasn't, he had a straight denial of everything that was ever been written wrong about him. But it was also show up and let's debate this. And there was no contrition. There's no accountability for some of the things that we know to be true. And it's more of, hey, somebody's source said this or somebody's source said that. There was a hunt for who has said the anti, the homophobic thing that's pinned on him. There's a hunt for who put that out there. Who's the anonymous source?
Who is the anonymous source?
Just a spoiler alert, there could be 10 of them.
Yeah.
He didn't say that in private.
Right.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't say that in private. So look, I think at the end of the day, again, you have to be balanced and you have to be fair, and you can't let that, like a bully pulpit, be the way that you handle situations like that. Like, did you make mistakes? Yeah, I made mistakes the first time around. I learned from my mistakes. I'm ready to be better. And I hope that I get another opportunity. Okay, that took me 10 seconds. That probably would have gone a long way, but I haven't heard that.
He said that.
Oh, I don't know.
In a sharp interview, he said, I would do things differently.
Well, yeah,
he didn't get into specifics. He didn't.
But he didn't say I made mistakes. He said I would do things differently, but he didn't say I made mistakes. If I'm not, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he didn't say that. And that's why, look, I think there's just so much to this story of back and forth. And, the report today about Vivek Ranadive preferring Mark Jackson or whatever. I know Kings fans are just absolutely out of their mind. We all need to take a step back, and we need to make sure that, number one, has Mark Jackson even been in the building yet for Vivek Ranadive to have that kind of thought? Number two,
Vivek is the Kings' new biggest rival. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah. But Vivek wasn't on the Zoom calls. He wasn't part of the first round of interviews. And all of a sudden,
hold on. Can you run that back? Can you say that one more time for the people in the back?
Yeah. According to the reporting of the great Sam Amick, which I've had plenty of conversations. I trust Sam as much as I trust any writer in the business. According to Amick, Vivek was not in the Zoom meetings. It was Joe Dumars and Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair that did the Zoom interviews. And so the first round was done without Vivek. The second round is where Vivek is going to be part of the in-person interview and going out to dinner and stuff like that and getting comfortable. So again, what we're saying here is that that if Vivek already chose him, he chose him outside of the interview process. And so again, I think at some point you have to take a step back and say, okay, why are we getting information? And I trust Mark Stein as well. Somebody told him the information that he got. It's just, why is it that we're getting that information now? Who are we getting that information from? Why is it happening now versus 2 weeks from now? Like there's value in that information. And if you can't see the value, then, you're not looking for it. Got me?
100%. 100%.
Guess the source is always a fun game to play when it comes to NBA Twitter. Stuff is always out there for a reason, but that sure. Well, see, this is difficult but Mark Stein's a good reporter.
Yeah.
So it's not a question of whether Mark Stein actually got that information. It's a question of whether that information is actually accurate. And according to James, or I guess to be fair, according to Sam Amick, who's not allowed to appear on the show, it's not. Vivek hasn't been a part of it. So how could Mark Jackson? No.
There's a way that those two things could be exclusively true. That both of those things could be true. That Vivek has fallen in love with him, and that Mark hasn't been in Sacramento yet, because he could fall in love with him on his own, doing other things with other people calling him and trying to change his mind about Mark. And so there are different ways that could happen, but
that feels like a reach.
Yeah, well, I mean, but this is.
I'm not putting it above. I'm not saying as though the Kings are incapable of doing that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying at this point we're falling. Essentially, what you're saying is falling in love with the idea of Mark Jackson.
Well, I mean, he does know Mark. There's no question there. He does fully know Mark. I mean, he was an owner of the Golden State Warriors, an active minority owner when Mark Jackson was a head coach there.
The tweet says Mark Jackson has impressed Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in the interview process.
Yeah.
That's
the
true. Specific wording of what Mark wrote.
define the interview process. He's not in the interviews.
Well,
He's watching old interviews of Mark
He's not in the interviews. He's part of the process.
Again, I can tell you that every single Zoom call has a little button that says
recording started.
Recording started. So was Mark Jackson was the interviews again? You could easily record the Zoom interviews and he could watch them back later. And so again, there's so many layers to the onion. I just think that what we have to do here is take a step back, let the process play out. Steve Clifford was first. Mark Jackson is second. Mike Brown will be later in the week because of the playoff schedule, and then he'll get his opportunity to make his case. He's also going to get the last turn, and that's usually a really valuable thing. So I think this always has come down to, in my opinion, whether Mike Brown wants a job or not.
I think the dogs are excited about Mike Brown. We can hear them running into the.
They may have just shown up.
The James Ham podcast studio. We'll come back. We'll check on James's dogs. We'll talk more about these three finalists, and we'll ask James who he thinks is going to be the head coach here. And as we continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, is D'Lo and Casey along with James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
A Gregory. So Grady says, stop quoting players for what they think of other players and coaches. It's all empty calories. The fraternity is too tight. You know what fraternity is tighter than that? The coaches fraternity. And you know what fraternity is tighter than both of those? The owners fraternity. So if you owners, I'll put it to you like this. If the owner said, he ain't working no more. He ain't gonna work no more. That's just I'm not saying that's what happened, but if you want to play that game, Gregory, there's a fraternity tighter than all of them.
Dogs came in like Stone Cold. Look at Bryce with that Kings Beach shirt on right there.
Nice.
The baby daddy. No, you misunderstood. Sam literally can't come on our show. He's paid not to. He's got I'm very happy for Sam getting that money to not come on the show, but yeah, he can't. He's exclusive to the bad guys.
Yeah, I'm going to point this out, right here. I'm worried about the Festus Azelis of the world. You shouldn't be worried about the Festus Azelis of the world because he's not in the league anymore. You should be worried about the way that people treat people. That's what you should be worried about.
Yeah, I'm disappointed how many people in the chat missed that.
Yeah.
That was disappointing because he wasn't the only one. Like Cole said the same thing. Like we're minimizing people now because of their place on the roster. Like, come on, guys, we're better than that.
Yeah,
that's
you got to have a full buy-in. I mean, did we not just walk into a Sacramento Kings season where two guys wouldn't buy in and you watch the whole thing frickin' implode?
Yeah.
I mean,
Here's what I'll say about that. Those guys, Steph, Dre, and Iguodala, they're in that locker room too. They were in there too. And if it went down the way it's been reported, what you guys are telling me is that those three men are like, yeah, what he did to the Festus was cool. That if it's going down exactly how it was reported, yeah, that's cool. He's a good coach. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if it went down the way it's been reported.
They didn't get specifically asked about the Festus Ezeli situation, not in anything that I've seen.
That's part of him being a good coach, though. Like that's part of him being a leader and all this other stuff like that. He would do that to people, and they'd still be like, "Yeah, he's good. Hire him." I don't know, man. I don't know if the type of person Steph is, Andre, that if it went down the way it's been reported, I'm not saying it's 100% false or nothing like that, but if it went down the way it's been reported, that they would be cool with that and be like, yeah, he's still a great coach. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, but I think we've already seen that there was a certain level of buy-in from Steph Curry. I mean, go back to the anointed oil ankle story. Like, Steph Curry shows that his buy-in was 100% to Mark Jackson, enough that he went to his church, ran around the gym on a bum ankle. He just hurt his ankle. Then stayed around on stage, got his ankle anointed with oil, and was told that his ankle was healed, and then ran around the gym because that's what he was asked to do.
So this is what I hear. I hear y'all saying Mark Curry got Steph Curry brainwashed. That Steph is so loyal to Mark that he would disregard bad things happening to other people.
No. I think that Steph was a young player at that point, and I think that young in the league.
Guys.
Okay,
we're coming back. You've got a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. You can enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. That conversation regarding Mark Jackson continued well through the commercial break. Kenny, you want to pick up where you left off?
No, I look at like Steph Curry, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, Jared Jack is another guy. Jared Jack is a role guy. He's not a star who has had plenty of good things to say about Mark in the past. And my question was, when we bring up the Festus Ezeli thing and everything that happened there, you compare that to Steph Curry and these other guys being proponents for Mark to get another job. They were in that locker room. And if the story went down the way it's been reported, the way it's been told, the other thing I also want to say about that is nobody's on the record aside from maybe Andrew Bogut. You got to look into that. But all the people that say Mark was, this terrible guy and he was doing all, nobody's on the record. Those three are in front of cameras. They're in front of microphones every time talking about the good that he did and that he should get a job. All this other stuff is, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's hearsay. Nobody gets on the record and says, this is what happened. I've talked to somebody personally who was in that organization that told me when all this was going down, man, a lot of this stuff they talk about Mark, I'm there every day. It's not what's being said. He said straight, is he perfect? Absolutely not. But it's not everything that's being said. Talk to this man personally. So when you talk about the stories the way they're reported, if these guys are willing to stick their neck out publicly and continue to say that he deserves a job, he deserves another opportunity, he's a really good coach, are you guys telling me that they're just ignoring the bad stuff that he did in the locker room and are just saying that he deserves to be a coach just because they like him or what? Like Steph Curry, Draymond, Andre, they're ignoring what he did to Festus and being like, that's not my problem. He handled his stars right. He should be a coach. Is that kind of what's being implied here?
No, I think what's being implied is their experience may have been different than other people's experience with the same person.
But they lived in that. They lived in it. This wasn't a secret. The Festus Ezeli thing, that wasn't a secret moment that happened anywhere else. Like if it went down like it's being reported, that he told the rest of the team that Festus wants them to lose. Festus comes back and is questioned about it, and he's almost brought to tears. That happened in front of them. So what the people are telling me is Steph, Andre, Draymond are like, yeah, we saw what happened to Festus, but hey, that didn't happen to us, so I ain't got nothing bad to say about him.
Well, I can tell you that in no situation that I've seen have they been asked specifically about that story at all. Like I haven't seen them been asked specifically about that story and about how Mark treated others than themselves. Mm-hmm. And again, like they have an opinion. I get it. My point isn't even that stuff. It's that what have you done to show that you're ready to be an NBA coach again? Because you say you're ready? Mm-hmm. You haven't because you talk about it on the TV? Like that doesn't make you an NBA coach. And I get it. He was a player for a long time in the league and a really good player. He was a really good player, but the league isn't the same when he left it. It's just not. And he hasn't been doing the work that the other guys have done. And so people will say, why do you just focus on the stories of that time? It's like, because there's no other thing to look at. It was a 3-year period. He didn't coach before it. He didn't coach after it. I can tell you what the path of a guy like Steve Clifford and a guy like Mike Brown, I can tell you their path to the league. I can tell you their successes and their failures. And then I can tell you where they went afterwards as they tried to improve as coaches. Mm-hmm. Well, if you don't cut it the first time, and again, we can argue whether he was able to cut it or not. He showed improvement as a basketball coach on the court. They got better. They were a better team from the first year to the last year. But what have you done after that? I got nothing. Again, because you talk about it on the TV does not mean that you know the X's and O's. It does not mean that you've been keeping up with all of the film study and everything else that all of these coaches have done. Mike Brown still sits there and goes through the details of every single one of the scouting reports for every game with Steve Kerr and with the team. Those are things where he's learning. So continued education is part of it. Mm-hmm. So that's again, maybe it would work. It's very possible, but I mean, you're fighting a 16-year battle, and I don't know how many head coaches that have failed. And you got one guy with 3 years of experience and other guys with 21 each of coaching with some of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah. Sorry, I fell down a rabbit hole.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I two just quick question, actually, for Kenny. You were harping on the Festus Ezeli thing for a minute. Are you questioning the validity of that report?
I mean, all I can do is take it at face value. People have reported it, and it's been reported. I'm not saying it's not out there where the story came from. I just hadn't read where the story came from. It's just an anonymous source says that this happened.
Okay.
That's what I've seen.
Okay. I see. You're asking the origins of the story. Okay, I got you.
That's all I can go. That's what I'm not going to say. That's a lie.
I found the original report, and I can't. There's no one tied to the story. I did find an exchange, I guess, on Twitter between Festus Ezeli and Mark Jackson. So, I told you I fell down a rabbit hole here. This was 5 years ago. So what year is it? That's 2017? Yeah. Festus Ezeli says, as my guy Mark Jackson always says, there are sermons in stones. # preacher preach. Mark Jackson replies, shh, they said we don't like each other. LOL, hope you're good, big fella. Festus Ezeli. 3 crying laughing emojis. Let them tell it. There. Solved it.
There.
We did it. We got to the bottom of Festus Ezeli has not been mentioned this much on Sports Talk Radio. Maybe ever.
Sacramento's Festus Ezeli.
Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I trained with Albie Akani trained Festus Ezeli.
Yeah. Look, I mean, these are all part of they're flags that you're either going to put up that are going to be tagged on someone or not. When you're going through the deep background process, these things you want to get to the bottom of. And so I hope that the Kings have got to the bottom of every single one of these things.
I hope they called Festus Ezeli.
Yeah.
I hope they
talk to Harrison Barnes.
Go talk to Harrison.
Okay.
Well, Harrison already said they're not going to talk to him. That would be funny. Yeah, he already said. Yeah.
He knew all along. They ain't gonna ask me about Mark Jackson. They ain't Harrison Barnes knew all along it was going to be Mark Jackson.
Yeah, look, you go back to these reports and you read them and you read who wrote them originally, and you can go through and kind of figure out what's who the writers are and all that stuff. And look, I'm a guy who has anonymous sources. So, and I can also tell you that if there are this many stories, there are more. But again, some of them you can't write, some of them you can. Because I've seen so many crazy things in Sacramento, and I know so many other stories that have happened that I can't write.
That's what Off the Record with James Ham, the Kings Beat. That's why you need to be a premium subscriber over at the Kings Beat.
There's a couple of stories I can't even say there that are like, oh dear Lord.
Those are the premium subscribers.
Yeah. So if it were like if Mark Jackson were a coach this whole time or an assistant coach the whole time and was getting along with everybody and was able to reset where he was as a coach, I would have no problems with him right now. But again, I don't see the continued education. That's what it comes down to. It's that you can't just wander into the league and find instant success all the time. It happens every once in a while, but look at Steve Nash just like spinning his tires and not having a great time in Brooklyn. Chauncey Billups, sometimes it works. And people say, oh, well, Steve Kerr did that. Well, no, Steve Kerr was also like in a front office, running the Phoenix Suns. Whether that was successful or not is another question.
It wasn't.
but still,
no, wait a minute.
He was around the game when he stepped into that spot.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the GM when they went to the Western Conference Finals?
I don't know.
I think he was.
I don't think so.
I think he was.
I don't think so.
That's a good question, but I don't think so.
Well, let your boy, the investigator, go to work here. Oh, what do we got? Suns were eliminated by the Spurs in 5 in the first round of the playoffs.
I thought he was. I could have been wrong, but I thought he was.
I don't know. There's a Nazi Germany reference in here.
Oh boy. Either way, I'll tell you, like, even as a writer, even as someone who's been around him and everything, like, I can have an opinion about Mark Jackson and his candidacy and what that would mean to the Sacramento Kings. And not everyone has to agree with me, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I can look at and see how things have worked out here in Sacramento with other situations and really just tell you that, is it worth the gamble? There are safer and better options. And that's how I rank them. There are safer and better options. Better options, coaches that have better track records, that have been in the league longer. Again, like, look at Mike Brown's career win percentage. Did it come with a star? Sure it did.
I don't know why we disqualify coaches who coach stars. Like, what was he supposed to do? Like, nah, guys, I can't coach this guy. No one will ever take me seriously. What are we doing? Yeah, that's crazy to me.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
No, I think so too. But you have to look at the guys like Steve Clifford who didn't have stars, and also like kind of
I don't want to.
Okay. I don't want to give him credit for anything.
Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford just does not excite me at all, man. Not at all.
Good basketball mind. Good guy.
Absolutely. And I don't know
disagree.
why. I don't know why it matters. Like it's not like I'm not going to cover the Sacramento Kings to cover Steve Clifford. Like I'm watching the product on the court.
No, of course.
Which is of course a representation of Steve Clifford, but I don't know. That doesn't excite me for some reason. And I know Mike Brown isn't super exciting for some people, but I think and have thought a lot of Mike Brown, and I'd love even prior to this final group being withered down here a little bit. I liked him more than Charles Lee. Like I can't tell you anything about Charles Lee and be genuine in that conversation. I know what Jill tells me. I know what James tells me. That's about the extent of what I know. I know Darvin Ham a little bit more. Will Hardy is a name I'd heard for a couple of years and was just super intrigued by. Mike Brown was in my top 3 when this all started, and the other 2 are gone. I'm thrilled if it was Mike Brown. I don't know why I can't get excited for Steve Clifford. I don't know. It feels like boring. I don't know.
No, I get you, but I also understand that, like, if you're running a franchise that has struggled a bunch and you need a defensive-minded coach, like, we can say that Will Hardy, Darvin Ham, and Charles Lee could be great defensive coaches, but we don't know that. And that's a problem. We don't know that. And again, that's where I would kind of like bring it back to Mark Jackson. We know that in one circumstance, he showed improvement as a coach. Take the fact that Michael Malone was there out of it. He was able to improve for 3 years, but it's not the same game. And so where are you going to get it? Because if he is your choice, you need incredible assistants that have been in the game. You need really good assistants either way. But if it's Mark Jackson, we're talking about guys who are like, that are next head coaches type guys that can step in and do the X's and O's, because that has never been the strong suit here. It's getting guys to buy in. So
James, and you don't have a rooting interest or anything like that. You want to cover a winning team. That's about as far as the rooting interest goes. But let me give you a hypothetical. If the Sacramento Kings went through all this and they genuinely believed that Mark Jackson was the best candidate, whether they're right or wrong, that's a completely different story. But they genuinely like, no, this is the best guy. But we just can't do it because, the backlash or, all this other stuff. Would you be okay with that? If they thought he was the best guy, but they essentially were afraid to hire him because of everything they got back, would you be okay? Would you understand it? How would you feel about that?
Yeah, would I understand it if the backlash was there? And because, we see the backlash, right? Mm-hmm. If they took that into consideration, like, I don't think that the fan base is freaking out over nothing. Like, if you think he's the best candidate and you've gone through the vetting process and all that stuff, and that's who you hire, there is going to be backlash for sure. Mm-hmm. But like I'll be one who has to go in there and interview Mark Jackson every day. And like, he's a basketball coach at that point. Like, I have a very strict way that I handle coaches when I'm covering a team. If he's a head coach, he's a head coach. Mm-hmm. Like, this discussion ends. Like, again, you talk about, like, I don't have a horse in this race at all. I don't. My only thing, I would like to cover a winner for once. Mm-hmm. Like, 12 years of horrible basketball. And that's where I keep saying, this is about the X's and O's, the basketball side of it. Like, who gives you the best chance to win? And that's why, that's sort of how I ranked my guys, like, in this thing. And, they're in the top 3, but that wouldn't have been my top 3 at all. I would have had a completely different top 3 than what they have. Well, Mike Brown would have made the top 3. I told you guys last week, like, Mike Brown is the safest and the easiest and probably will be the most successful out of all 7. The younger and experienced guys are a gamble. Each of them have their own gamble. Steve Clifford, you kind of know what you're getting. You kind of know what you're getting, and I wrote it this weekend. You know what you're getting, and it's more of the same. Like, you've hired a bunch of coaches that have struggled to take a team to the next level. And I've seen enough of, like, the player arc, the coaching arc of Steve Clifford to, you can see where it's good and then it starts to tail off. He's been, like, in tough situations where they blew up his team in Orlando, but they blew up his team in Orlando because they never won. Like, you don't blow up a team to just blow it up unless you're the Florida Marlins, Oakland A's. You blow up a team because it's not successful. And that's why they traded Gordon and Vucevic and Evan Fournier and all that stuff. So look, I don't know, like, the inclusion of Mark Jackson on this list, I thought was interesting to start. I didn't think he'd make it to round 2. He's made it to round 2. If he's the last man standing, he's the last man standing. And, if he wants to have a conversation with what I've said on D'Lo and Casey, that's fine. I don't have any problems doing that. And we start on day 1 with a fresh start and we move forward.
I think that's day 2. I think that introductory press conference, some questions need to be
Of course they do.
Asked and answered. Just because I'll be thinking about it if you don't say it. Was it Will, Darvin, and Mike as your top three? Will Hardy, Darvin Ham, Mike Brown?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was obsessing over that the whole time you were talking. I was just wondering if it was if that was the top three. You kind of alluded to this a minute ago. Who can build the best staff?
That's a good question. All three of them.
Because you just emphasize how important it is.
I think it's Mike.
I thought.
I think it's probably Mike as well. Yeah. But all of these guys, have ties with around the league. Mark Jackson has ties around the league for sure. So maybe he can. And they all three of them have different agents. And so you'll look at that too. Like the agents help you build a staff. Like they'll help you if you get to the point where you can't get your number one guy, but you'll get your number two guy, and then they'll help you build out your 3, 4, 5, 6, the rest of the staff. And I think that's a good thing. Like there's a lot of good coaches that are going to be available to add to these staffs. And that's a big part of it. You got to get it right. But I think the key that we're seeing is that the Kings, their main focus is let's start with a defensive-minded coach, and we can build from there.
Yeah. Defense.
Mm-hmm.
So who's the offensive-minded assistant coach that's going to come in and help like all three of these guys?
Me.
Okay. I don't know. And that's, again, who's go back to Mike Brown. Mike Brown just spent 6 years with Steve Kerr and his staff and the great coaches that have come through that staff. So he has put in the time. Yeah.
He's getting paid for another year. Why not bring him back? You got Luke.
Is he a
you got
consultant?
Alvin.
No.
You got to work, Luke.
Just kidding.
Nothing in this world is free.
We've only got like a minute left. Anything we need to know about Joe Dumars? Anything kind of underlying there that?
No, for 3 years he was in Sacramento. They never once let us interview him, ever.
Joe Dumars, we hardly knew you.
Exactly, we hardly knew you. And if Amic's report, which I believe is accurate, that he wanted a little bit more power and didn't get it, that's fine. Like I'm okay with the way that Monty and Wes are handling this thing right now, and hopefully they get the coaching hire right. Regardless of who it is, hopefully it is the right decision, and hopefully it's their decision. And like not having an extra voice in the room, that's a good thing.
Yep.
Like
there it is.
There's a lot of cooks in that kitchen. Like the fewer the better.
I agree.
They're gonna burn something. They don't stop messing around. You got a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park, October 15th and 16th. Enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Head over to the Kings Beat. Become a subscriber to the newsletter and the podcast as well. The Kings Beat podcast, the D'Lo and KC podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from: Apple, Spotify, Google Play, and here on the Odyssey app. We'll be back tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Suns.
That's
Go
it.
Suns. Oh, I thought you were gonna like go Memphis because you got
Yeah, Memphis will be.
You got the Daddy Morant glasses going all show.
See, D Morant,
Morant out here.
Out there trying to be Usher and D Morant. Kenny got that look.
KC Morant.
Yeah, to be honest, there are a lot of teams. I'm not saying that Mark Jackson doesn't deserve a shot. That's fine. This just isn't the right franchise to take on the baggage that comes with him. And you can say it's all BS, all of it. None of it's true. Whatever. If there's that much smoke, there has to be at least a little fire that's gone on. And yeah,
he seems like he can be, like Damien talked about earlier, he seemed like he can be a complete jackass. Like I can understand how people don't like him. Like there are people who don't like him. Like I get it. That's not hard to see.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. It's a tough spot for the Kings to do that. The thing that I mentioned to Damien earlier is if they really believe that he's the guy that can turn this around. Once again, whether they're right or not, I don't know. But if they believe that and they vetted it properly, they can't be scared off by public opinion. Like they can't. If you've got to get the right guy in there. You can't go with Steve Clifford just because he's not gonna give you the backlash, or even Mike Brown.
If you have the lowest attendance in the NBA. I agree with you that you shouldn't crowdsource this thing, but if there's like a handful, like everything I see is like 80-20, 90-10 against. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how you walk into a season where like there are very few people that are pulling for your coach to fail. Like, we got to the end of Luke Walton's first year, right? Mm. And you guys remember we had that the hot mic situation where a fan that was near the bench started yelling at Luke Walton that he sucks. So I can't even remember. Like, you're horrible. And anyway, like, you're going to have that kind of stuff. And I'll be honest with you, that fan actually pulled me aside and apologized. And asked me to apologize to Luke for him, that he said he lost his mind and got caught up with the crowd and was absolutely like out of line.
How did that happen? Like, did he reach out to you on Twitter or something? Or
no, I was walking in pregame. I was walking on the court and he yelled at me, "Hey, James, come here for a sec." And I went over and he was very embarrassed and said, "I feel horrible about what I did." And he said, "That was me. Right. No question. That was me." And I told Luke, and Luke's like, "Hey, it happens. That's part of the job." But the fans were doing that in season 1 of Luke. I think that's part of it, right? So we want to say the what if, but we already saw it where like there were a huge amount of fans that hated Luke the day he got hired. Mm-hmm. And then he was never able to shake it at all. Like the fire Luke stuff was going on for 2.5 of his 3 years, and I would even say probably in the first 2 weeks on the job when he had his situation, he was hearing it all the time. And so I get that that there's going to be some sort of backlash and stuff like that, but that's just a really tough thing to come recover from. Like, there are plenty of jobs out there that might fit Mark Jackson, but he certainly, like, if even like any of the stuff is true about his stance with Jaron Collins and stuff, any of that is true, then the Kings are the biggest hypocritical mess of all time. You can't have like your franchise be super, super pro LGBTQ and then have that be as your spokesman for the team. Mm-hmm. So again, all that stuff has to be vetted. Right. And it can't be that, see, again, this is the problem. It's not, hey, what about this? Well, who reported that? That's the answer. It's not, no, that's not my belief. This is my belief. Mm-hmm. That's not the way he handles those situations. Mm-hmm. It's to attack the messenger because it's anonymous and he knows he can attack the messenger. It's not to answer the damn question. Mm-hmm. Answer it. Like, that's not that hard. So, I mean, I played for high school football coaches that most of the team would run through a brick wall for. And then I was on this with the same exact guys, and I couldn't stand the guy and thought that he was a complete fraud and was shocked that everyone else was like so bought in. And that's even as a high school player. You're like, okay, if somebody asks like the team to come to his house and move him from one spot to the next, and 10 of you show up and you bust your butt and you move the guy out of his house, and then you get to practice on Monday and there's only 10 of us that showed up out of 55, and all of us have to sit there and do down-ups in 40-degree weather in the mud because not enough of us showed up, even the 10 guys that actually showed up and moved the dude. there's a problem. There's a problem with accountability and all that stuff. And so, like, I get it. Like, I've played for rah-rah guys. Some guys that, harness the power of Jesus to make everything better. That's fine. You can buy in it or not, but there can't be so many people that have a problem. And at least not if you're gonna, like, I just don't see where there's like been a reset button for him. He just went away for 8 years. Hasn't really dealt with any of the things that were there before, just went away. And so I hope that he actually can, like, clear up some of that stuff. And it's not fun. Like, asking Terrence Davis about his stuff, that was not fun at all. But that's what we have to do as media members. He still hasn't answered for it. And, and so again, he may think that he doesn't have to answer for that stuff. But even that in itself, as the great Paul Westphal used to say, no comment is still a comment.
Speaking of what the hell is going on, why is Bill Cosby on my TV right now on this NBA TV show?
Watching
Katie
Christensen's hits. Katie Christensen curate that playlist.
Do they have De'Aaron Fox up there next to him? So his sweater is there and they're comparing.
I sit up there, I did a double thing. Is that Bill Cosby? Obviously, this is like an old NBA films production, but this shouldn't even be in a rotation.
No, it should not be there.
It should not
be there. All right, y'all. 4+ hours of Kings talk,
bro.
We appreciate y'all. Spirited conversations, man.
Happen?
I don't know. It happens, man. It happened. This one got away from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon.